Where'd Shauna go? I know I needed her to help me with something. I'm having trouble with the slideshow advancing. Do you know how to do it?
Yeah, should be just put it back into
Prisoner? I know I tried that.
and then hit the right arrow. There you go.
All right, there we go. Left there. There we go.
Okay.
So do I start this? Good morning, everybody. Let me make sure I got the microphone on here. Yep, we're not muted, so we should be good to go. Welcome to our I guess we're in February still, right? February ABTEL board meeting. Thank you all for coming even through the fog. We got a good solid group here today. We did have a person that had requested to do open comment, but I do not see them here unless they are blending in with you all. So we will probably not have that happen, but if they do show up, we'll give them that opportunity. They had requested it at our the day before our last ABTEL board meeting, but it really isn't enough time to make an adjustment on a Sunday night. So we tried to make those adjustments a few days in advance. We also even changed slightly the way our message goes out when we do it, so that there's notice when we do the notice of the meeting, how much time before the meeting we really need requests for open comment. It's definitely something that we value and want. As you all know, we're the only ones here. So it is nice to have somebody from the outside also express their thoughts and concerns for us to consider. But also we do have our Pearson guests here, as always, our friends from Pearson. And we have a few people from my department. Actually, my entire team is here. I feel very well supported today. I've got my boss, Katie Carroll, and she's going to talk to us in just a little bit. I've got Brian, who talked to us once or twice as our new director of licensure. I've got John L. here, our director of teacher education. And I've got Shauna here, our director of apprenticeships, and Angela, who hasn't been here this year, but I'm sure that if you've been on ABTEL for very long, you would recognize Angela. And Angela is our professional practices director, Angela Schneider. Let's see, make sure. I don't think we have any of our well, we do have our one board of education liaison here. I think oh, there you are. I was looking for the purple. Thank you so much for being here. And I already introduced the departmental personnel, our guests. So I will turn it over to you for the approval of the agenda, the minutes, and the...
Thank you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So happy February, and I'll say happy Valentine's Day in advance. Yay, wear that red on Wednesday. With that being said, the first item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. That does require a motion and a second. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, like sign? Any abstentions? Outstanding, the agenda passes. Next, we have the approval of our minutes from the January meeting. This again requires a motion and a second. Thank you so much, someone. Second. Motion's made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, like sign? Any abstentions? Thank you. One abstention, duly noted. Next, we have public comment. And Okay. Two, and then should be. Yeah, I did. Hitting too many buttons at one time. There we go. So these are the guidelines for public comment. I'll leave those up there for a minute for you to be able to review and also give the individual time if they are on their way. We'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to presentations. First up, we have Mr. Rob Gilstrap giving us a board action update since our meeting in January. Mr. Gilstrap?
I'm going to switch from this presentation just quickly to another one. See if I can do this. Okay. I think you all can see that. So I'm not going to give a whole lot of board adjustments. We've had one board meeting since our last, and it was pretty straightforward and predictable as far as our department is concerned. The superintendents that applied were approved. That would be the major event that happened for us, which that is a routine action for the board. But we are in the middle of legislative season, and so I wanted to give you a quick, very high overview of some of the things that we are seeing that have to do with the ABTEL board. There's actually a couple items that are directly related to us, but there's also some that are indirectly, and they can come back to impact us. I won't say whether or not a bill is still alive or dead. Since we're still in session, those things can change even if it appears to be dead at this point. So I won't comment on that. I will say that one bill that I thought I had finished all the work I was going to be doing on it, I spent some time on this weekend. So they do come back alive, and sometimes things that are in bills that look like they might be dead are incorporated into other bills. And so even if the actual bill is dead, the actions are not. So let me quickly go to this next slide to do this. It's not showing up there though. There we go. So it's easier if I look up here too, because my eyes are old eyes. We have 21 bills that have come through our office. I think last year they had 12. So this is a very active season as it is concerning the Department of Teacher Education and Licensure. It's also very active even beyond just my office. I think last year that was 167, somewhere around 167 for the entire VDOE, and we're at like 253 was the last number I think I saw. So it is significantly higher activity among the General Assembly when it comes to trying to reshape the way we look at education and the Commonwealth in general. Of these 21 proposed bills, there are a couple of them that are House bills, but there's also a similar Senate bill. So though I count them, because I do the work on them each as a separate bill, there are some connectivity to some of them, and the workload is definitely less when there's the same bill in the Senate as it is in the House. When we look at these House bills right here, these are all the ones, like the first one, House Bill 145, is for a teacher residency training corps. What that would do is that would create a special program to train teachers at, originally it was 3 of our four of our state universities, but as the bill became amended, it went up to 7. And there was going to be basically full ride scholarships for teacher education programs at these universities, approximately 25 per university, which over 7 universities, that would be a very significant impact on our vacancies across our Commonwealth. Maybe not instantaneously, because it takes time to go through a program, but over the course of time, it would definitely impact our vacancy rates, but it would also impact teachers in the respect that they might come out debt free, which those of you that were teachers, you may not even be debt free now from your teacher education programs. But that is definitely a burden that our teachers face. The EPP audit frequency of science of reading, that is a bill that is proposed that we move the audit ratio, the rate that we do for EPPs from every 7 years to every other year because of the science of reading. The next one, the career switcher, this bill was proposing adding special education to the career switcher program, which it currently does not have. And as you all know, special education is one of our highest areas of critical shortage for the Commonwealth. The next one is actually 284. That one is one that's directly related to the work that we're even doing today. This one is a VCLA waiver, and it has had some edits. So I will show you in a minute how you can find these and maybe read them in your own time and track them from your home. The next one's the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact 328. This is kind of like a reciprocity kind of bill. This would open our teacher licensure to all states in the continental United States, plus our provinces, instead of just the ones that we have reciprocity with. We do have reciprocity with a lot of states, though, so I don't know if it would have a huge impact on us, but it would definitely allow teachers in the states that we don't have reciprocity to be able to get their license easier in Virginia. Employment verification of school employees. That one doesn't have a whole lot of impact on our department. Basically, this bill was just, they wanted the time frame for when a person is hired and when the sending division would find out to be quicker. And I think it went down to 10 days is the way the bill reads now. Report of arrests and convictions of school employees. Though I handled this bill, it does seem like this bill is a little bit outside of our scope. It was more geared towards parole officers and people that would be working the cases in the legal system, that they would need to notify the VDOE and the divisions very, very quickly if a person was convicted of some sort of crime or was under the suspicion of that. It would go, probably the biggest impact would go towards Angela's office with professional practices. School board criminal history checks. This is a bill that I feel like it was addressing maybe some divisions that don't do the criminal background checks. So it basically put a consequence on not doing a criminal background check. The next one, Teachers for Tomorrow grant program. This would expand our program that we use with high school students to get them started in the pathway towards becoming a teacher. It was more money to divisions so that they could fund that and expand it. We do have quite a few divisions that already have a Teacher for Tomorrow program, but this would allow them to grow it. And the divisions that don't have the funds to do it, maybe they could start some new ones. Classified instructional support staff. This one is a little bit of a strange bill for me because it really didn't have an action attached to it. It was a definition. And there was another bill that was coming that would have that definition applied. And it looked like this bill was geared towards giving the same status for classified employees that you have for certified employees when it comes to benefits and time in service and things like that. The language in the law just isn't clear on if all the same things apply. Universal licensure by reciprocity. This is actually a really large bill, and it has had a lot of changes. The universal licensure by reciprocity part of it, that would be a reciprocity type law, which would expand our reciprocity to some of the states that we don't currently have reciprocity with. It would also just make it easier if you were coming from another state to get your license in Virginia. The next part of it, the subject matter expert teaching certificate, this would be a new thing. It'd be another alternate pathway. It's mainly geared towards people that do dual enrollment instruction. So many times someone who's going to teach at the college level for dual enrollment wasn't a public school teacher. We do have on the books where they need to have their public school license, but this would kind of be a way for them to start teaching and work on that as they go. Because many times college professors are teaching these courses and they may have taught these courses for years and years and years. There's also people that are in industry that are like experts. Like if you were going to have them teach a AP physics course or a college level physics course, and they've been a person working in the field of physics for the last 20 years, to ask them to go back to college when they already have a doctorate, a master's, and a bachelor's to get their teacher education degree. This would be a pathway to where they could start the teaching process earlier while they're working on that. And then the last part of that, district superintendent waivers for CTE. This would allow divisions to waive some of the requirements for CTE at the division level for a short-term license. Usually, I think this one reads like a 1-year provisional. There are expectations that eventually they would meet all the requirements, but it would allow them to get into a CTE course, which I think is a similar concept to the subject matter expert concept. VCLA removal, this is probably the one that's the most directly related to us. I've had winks and nods that maybe some of you have actually helped on this one. So I can see some commonalities in the language between what we've discussed here. And when I responded to this in my LAS, I did mention that we were working on this with ABTEL. And this one would basically remove the VCLA as a requirement altogether. The next one, sex offenses prohibiting work on school property. This just broadened the types of offenses that would block you from being in work in any form, not just as a teacher, but also as a security guard, a janitor, a cafeteria worker, a bus driver, all the other types of jobs, even just like gate worker at a sporting event. If you were convicted of these pretty high crimes, you would not be allowed to be on school property, is what that bill is for. The Nationally Certified School Psychologist Program. This program took the national board certification concept and expanded it to school psychologists that were also nationally certified. I will admit that when I first heard this one, I'm like, oh, well, they don't do all the same things that a nationally board certified teacher does. But through the research, they have a very extensive program that they go through to get nationally certified as a school psychologist. But this was to give them some of the same benefits that a nationally board certified teacher would get as well. The House Bill 1384, 10-day employment verification, is another one of those. If you're hired, the division has only 10 days to notify the sending division. And sometimes the bills do tend to overlap. And when you read through them, you'll see something like it might even say this bill was incorporated into, because the bills were so similar. And if you just even look at the number, if you look at when the other one occurred and when that one occurred, there was probably quite a few days in between those, and maybe that was missed by the person who submitted it the second time. The left side, right side for you, is our Senate bills. And I've clearly listed the ones that are related to the ones already up there. But the first one, 105, is a National Teacher Certification Incentive Award. This is the National Board Certification bill where it actually increases the amount nationally board certified teachers would get. Right now it's 5,000 and 2,500. This would extend it all the way up to 7,500 per year while they have their national board certification. 142, this is another kind of alternate licensure bill. It would grant a 1-year provisional license that a school board or district superintendent could grant. It's kind of a pre-provisional maybe only in a sense that they didn't already qualify for everything with a provisional license, so they can grant a 1-year non-renewable license, which would get them in the classroom a year earlier with the expectation, of course, that they would meet the provisional requirements later. 352 is the same as 632 pretty much. 407 is the same as 328. 441 is the same as 1384. And then the last one up there, Senate Bill 548, cuts down the amount of time that you have to stay retired before you can go back and not lose your retirement benefits. It's right now it's a year. It cuts it down to 6 months. So basically, this would be another solution to address teacher shortages. If we had teachers that retired this year under our current standard, they would have to wait a full year before they decide to go back and still have their retirement benefits, but also be able to work as a teacher. This would cut it down to 6 months. So it would just be another step to make that quicker for our retired teachers that want to continue to be teachers on an active setting. Does anyone have any questions about any of these bills? And I'll answer the best I can within the scope that I'm allowed. Go ahead. Oh, I think raise your hand. Sorry. Any? Oh.
Question for you was 2 questions. One, there's a bill, I believe, working for the General Assembly to shorten or to change the ratio of school counselors in a bill. Is there also companion legislation to go with that on the licensure side to make it easier for people to become school counselors? I told them to remember when there were too many of them or something.
Good morning. I'm Carlos, everybody. Principal at Rappahannock County High School, VDOE Region number 4. My question was 2 questions. First question is, there's legislation in the Virginia General Assembly changing the ratio of school counselors. My question, first part is there a companion legislation to change how we can get people into counseling quicker through licensure? I remember 17 years ago, there were too many, at least in Region 4, and now there's not enough. So I was wondering, is that happening? The second piece is that I wonder, is there a way, I was speaking with my superintendent about this a couple of weeks ago, where in some states we've noticed, Shannon and I, that some teachers have a license endorsement where they can handle some behavioral health pieces. I know that's a big piece. I don't know if y'all did it in Oklahoma, but that's a big piece of what the General Assembly wants. And would it be an idea for this committee to explore some language around licensure endorsements for teachers that have like a behavioral health care piece to help the high school counselors, at least? I'm being selfish with that. High school counselors do a lot of administrative functions. I know mine do. So those are my 2 questions. One, is there companion legislation for easier licensure for counselors? Second question is there a way that we can get teachers licensed on the behavioral side to help out? Thank you.
So I'll go ahead and answer the first one real quick. The answer is no, there's not legislation already like that. It doesn't mean that if that other bill continues forward that they wouldn't want to add that kind of language to it, and then it all of a sudden it would go from not being in my office to being in my office. So that is possible, but at this point, no, there's not companion legislation to make it easier to become a counselor, other than the facts that, you know, some things like the VCLA and things like that are being, there's bills to reduce those impacts. The second part about the behavioral health, I've actually, it might have even been when I was in Rappahannock. I think it might have been that your HR director talked to me about that. And she shared with me some of the language of things that she had shared with her board. I think I even mentioned it back in October when we had our October meeting, that we had some interest in that. My challenge with that from this role would be, are we saying that this is a standalone kind of position? Are we saying this is an additional skill and training that we would add to something that somebody already has? In my mind, it's the second. That we would, it would almost be make more sense if it was more like a micro credential that people could go and get certified in, so that they could be trained and maybe have some sort of legal support when they provide those kind of services. Because you're right, teachers, assistant principals, security personnel, many times provide behavioral health supports to students and even colleagues. And many times it's just because they're kind people. They don't have a formal training in that. It's not even directly related to their scope of work, even though, everybody is expected to support kids through trauma. But if you're not trained formally in that, it's just you being nice. So I think that would be something that would make sense for us as a board to look at. And if that's something that you direct me to, we can have that on our agenda and on one of our next coming meetings. At least the presentation that she made to me can be shared with you all about whether or not we want to consider something like that. I do think that if we want it to be a full-fledged endorsement, there's a lot of steps that go to that. The micro credentialing part, maybe not so much, but those would be my answers. Mhm. Anybody else? Who's the mic?
Ron Ramsey, school board in Stanton. Just a question. This is a detail piece, but I'm just curious since I'm not familiar with the bill regarding the sex offenses prohibited on working on school property. Is that specified to only when there are students on property? Because I'm thinking in terms of construction projects that happen in the summer or an upgrade to your security system that's happening over winter break, that it would potentially bar outside agencies from coming and working when there are no students present.
My first answer would be, now that you know the number, I'm going to show you in a minute how you can go and track it and see the details within it. From my memory, I don't think that it designated that students had to be present for this to kick in. I think it was anywhere on a school property, but I could be wrong on that. So I would recommend it going and looking at that one a little bit tighter.
Thank you.
No more? Okay. Let me go to the next slide and see if this works. This may not work what I want to do. Okay. Let's see if these links, if I can actually follow these links. So the first link up here is to our Code of Virginia. These are all found on the LIS website. So those of you that don't routinely go to this site, which I have it almost open at all times on my desktop right now, there are some really high quality things on there. One of them is our actual Code of Virginia, which would be our statutory actions. And then the next link would be our regulations, which is confusing to me because I'm new in this role. It'll say Code of Virginia on one side, and then it'll say Administrative Code on the next tab. To me, those are too similar for me to differentiate my mind. So I'm telling you, the Administrative Code would be our regulations. And then I have the trackers here for our current sessions, and I'll show you what that looks like so you can see how you can track these yourself. So let's see if I can do this from within the. No, I'm going to have to do it manually. Share. On that one, but it's not showing up there. Decide select control this one.
That one.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you're off here.
Yeah, but up here is still the same.
Mhm. Should be able to Go back to his screen share down there. Then grab, yeah. See if it. No, it's still coming back to this one. So Sean's gonna, yeah,
Sean, is it because we have yours open?
take control off.
Stop sharing.
See, it keeps coming over here. It's not going back to the first one. It keeps
Which is
going
good for
to-
everybody online, but not everybody in the room.
It's frozen, but then the presentations are there.
If we shared it from your computer, would that work?
Maybe.
But it's,
That
it's projecting this one. Do you
Yeah.
think we need to close that PowerPoint?
Yeah, I think the PowerPoint stuck.
Never this one, just close that one, the first one. Okay, now let's try to change the share.
Yeah,
What's
don't
wrong with
hurt
this
it,
one?
too. It's not changing the channel.
Yeah,
Is that presentation for now too?
but that shouldn't be happening.
Well, I agree it shouldn't, but I don't want to take it one
That shouldn't be happening. This meeting is being, okay, maybe that's fine.
What if we just do it from this computer? I can get there real fast.
But the presentations aren't on that.
Technical
Yeah, sorry.
Technical
Don't need
difficulties.
to-
Please enjoy the elevator music that you hear coming through the doors. Should sing it to us. Might sound a little like. The tip jar will be around.
That's,
momentarily.
that computer's not hooked up to the projector. That's the problem.
So it's got completely.
Hey, Tim, if you're watching, I'm gonna unplug something because we're having tech issues. So I'll double check that you can still hear me. No kidding.
They don't want to see all this. Or they just want to see the screen. Okay, now we're back. Back to the regular programming as scheduled. So when you go into the LIS system, you got Code of Virginia here. If you were to scroll down, and right here for regular education 22.1, if you're a EPP, the laws impacting you are in the 23.1. I'm not going to go through all that because that's like hundreds and hundreds of things, but that's how you would get to Code of Virginia actions. If you were to go to, let me go to the home page. General Assembly. Okay, this is the way the page looks most of the time for me. And over here on the left is where you would go to the Code of Virginia. And if you wanted to go to the regulations, which it is important that you check both. I learned that quickly. For regulations, it looks very similar, which is also confusing for somebody new to this. And you come down to education, we're Title 8. And I'll click on that just because I want to show you all what's in there. I'm not going to go through each of these, but it's got them listed by colleges, but it also has State Board of Education, which is where most of my work resides, is in the top one. So let's actually go to this page, and you'll see that it's got the 2024 session live and ready to go. You click on bills and resolutions. You can type in right here in the search by bill number. Just do whatever the bill you were H 132085 or whatever, and then it'll bring up that bill. Let's see, which is the one we're 731. I think 731 is the one that's like the most impactful for us. So let's just do that one, HB 731, so we can look at one, an actual one. And there's some neat features. Let's see, is it going to do the feature on here? Okay, for this one, it didn't do the highlight, but it will when I click on it. It's got it's got who introduced the bill. It's got a little summary, couple of words for it, and then a summary that's introduced. But if you actually wanted to read the whole bill, you'd go up to here. And to bring up the bill as introduced, and as you scroll down, see that there's lines through things. That tells you what kind of actions, but there's a better tool. Let me see if I can get the tool to come up. This highlight button right here. Click on that. It didn't work, did it? Let's see, try it again. And it actually gives you the words that were changed to and from, strike through. On this one, if you come down to the bottom, when we get to O, section O, all that was added into the language. You can scroll all the way down to read all of this one doesn't have a whole lot of changes in it, but let me go back. There's also another tool here. I want to get past it without looking at it. There's a history version. So when you click on the history version, it takes you back to that where we're at with it right now. So on this one, we had the original bill filed on the 9th of January, which is useful information if you're on the wrong page. There's a page where it won't let you type in House bill, where it just has them by date. I've learned how to navigate away from that, but for the longest time, it meant I had to go through a lot of work because I didn't know when it was introduced just off the top of my head. And I'd have to, click on the date and see, is it somewhere in that range? Because they're all based on the number in which they were introduced. You also have impact statement here available, a PDF version where it's got it by line number. It'll actually have a line number next to it. So if you're talking to somebody about it and say, oh yeah, look at line 121, whatever. Then we have House Subcommittee amendments. And if you click on that, it'll show you what they did in this subcommittee. You have to scroll through it to make it work right though, but it'll tell you what the subcommittee did to change it. And this right here, it's not big enough for you to see it, but that section O was changed to this right here. Let me go back. And then as you read through the history, you can kind of see what's happening with the bill. This bill, it's still very active. And it says read first time, but sometimes it'll say things like left on the table or moved to next year. And those are nice ways of saying they're probably not going to act on it. It doesn't mean it's gone, but it's an indicator that they're probably working past that one. There's also an opportunity for them to send it to other committees, and you can probably imagine what the one committee you probably don't want to be sent to, and that would be appropriations, because that means it costs money. So sometimes things are great until we get to the money part. And then when someone else who maybe isn't as passionate about the bill has to figure out where the money comes from. And so if it's going to appropriations, doesn't mean it's dead. It just means it's going to cost money and they have to figure out how to pay for it. Here you can see that it was referred to the Committee on Education, and then it was assigned to a subcommittee, and then the subcommittee recommends supporting it with the substitute that I showed you, the substitute. And it even tells you the vote, 8 for it and nobody against it. Then it was reported to the from Education with the substitute, bigger committee, 22 yay. And then they had a substitute printed and then read first time, and we don't know what the next step will be. The next step could determine the fate of the bill or not. But I thought it would be useful for you all to see how that process works. I did not understand this process before I had this job. It's something I've been learning as I've been going, but does anyone have any questions about that? About how the House bill and Senate bills are working and maybe how to access this information?
Is there anything that as the ABTEL board, should we do if we like or that we don't like or think as the board talks about these things, is there anything that we should do at any of these steps? I know that sometimes I will contact our local legislators and say, hey, this is a fantastic bill that's out there, but as this board goes, should we do anything?
I don't think that I can't answer that question the way you're asking it. I'll answer it the way I think I can answer it. First off, the ABTEL board is a group of educators who give recommendations to our Board of Education. So to assume that you need to do something with the General Assembly would be inappropriate. Now, you are all also citizens and you have the rights to seek out delegates, senators, the governor, board members. So you do have that right, but I wouldn't say that it is a expectation or responsibility because you're on this board that you should go and do something at the General Assembly level. Not in a capacity where you represent the ABTEL board, that's for sure. I don't even have that. I am a citizen and I have the right, if there's a bill that I think is crazy, I have the right to contact a delegate. Now, I'm not going to do that if it's directly related to my work. Be honest, I'm probably not going to do it at all. I would do it a different way. Anybody else? Okay, well, that is the conclusion of my presentation to you all about where we are with some of our board actions in the General Assembly. If there's any significant changes in our next ABTEL meeting, I'll give a very brief, I won't give a full, this is how it works, a kind of presentation. I'll just give you a very brief if anything has been passed and will directly impact us. Let's take just a second break to transition to our next presentation so that we're sure that the presentation comes up. So how about everybody take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break? That'll take us to 10 o'clock. And at that point, we're going to go ahead and have Angela and then Katie. All right. Let me mute it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 a.m. We'll call our meeting back to order out of recess. Next up, we have Mrs. Angela Schneider, who is the Director of Professional Practices, to give us a presentation of professional practices overview. Please welcome Ms. Schneider.
Good morning. I am the Director of Professional Practices, and I'm sure you're all aware that any profession which is licensed always has some arm or branch that deals with whether someone is qualified to hold the license, whether they are also morally and ethically fit to hold that license, and to deal with people who have already obtained their license who may not need to continue to hold that license. So we're a part of the licensure department. There are two of us. Let's see. That's what I need to do. No.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to go.
It's doing it again.
Oh, there we go. All right. So I was just going to talk to you a little bit today about exactly what it is that we do. And we don't really need that. And I was glad that Rob touched on this already, because this sort of segued into how I was going to start. In Virginia, the Board of Education and Education is actually part of the Constitution of the Commonwealth. I don't think that's common in every state, but we have a whole section of the state constitution devoted to education, and that starts the authority of the board, and it talks about different aspects of education. And then we get specifically into the Code of Virginia. The title that governs education is 22.1. It gives the board authority to regulate the profession and establish regulations. We also work in my department with the Virginia Administrative Process Act, because that talks about administrative hearings. And so any hearing that you have, whether or not it is to obtain your initial license, or to see if your license, if some adverse action should be taken against your license, is also going to be governed by the Administrative Process Act. And then we get down into the Virginia Administrative Code, which is the regulations. As long as I can remember, every head of government, be it a governor, president, Democrat, Republican, has been very anxious to reduce regulations and streamline this process. That seems to be a universal goal. But the regulations give us the details about what we are doing as government employees, and they're very important to us. I can't imagine all 140 members of the General Assembly hashing out exactly what you need to be a high school English teacher or a first grade teacher, or exactly what makes you fit to hold an educator's license. So we have the board establishing those regulations, and they're advised by people like you. We also have periods in any regulatory process before we establish any regulation. There is a long period of public comment, more than just what goes on in these meetings. Any proposed regulation is posted. The public has the ability to comment. It goes through many, many stages. I sort of believe and have joked many times that it's probably harder to get a regulation into effect and to repeal one than it is to actually pass a law. There is a lot of process there. And I think that we really need those regulations to give us the detail for how to do our work. In addition, with my office, the board has established procedural guidelines for the actual conduct of a licensure hearing. And my understanding is those were requested by the Teachers Association, so that, you know, when they defend a case or help a teacher through this process, they know exactly how it's going to go. It sets a little bit more detail even than the regulations. So we use all of those things. And as I already stated, we're within the Department of Teacher Education and Licensure. Our mission is to help protect the students, to make sure that those who are holding that license to teach should be in a classroom, and to keep everything safe. As far as I'm aware, we have been taking actions against licenses, deciding whether or not to issue a license since licensure was first established. I have had the dubious honor of going through a whole 100 years worth of records, I think, as part of our document retention process. But my office was formally established in about 2017. So I think it was the person in Rob's position who initially was doing this work, might get a complaint and find out, no, maybe we shouldn't reissue this person a license. Maybe this person shouldn't have a license. And then they hired a specialist, a licensure specialist who acted full-time to assist the superintendent or the department superintendent. It sort of morphed from there, and now it is, I do that work and I have a full-time case manager who works with me. And there is enough work for the two of us, probably more, there's more work that could be done, but we've taken that and sort of it's its own specialty. And we're charged to sort of take care of this process. What do we do? Because there's more to it. The board meets 8 times a year. We have an advisory panel that meets before the board 8 times a year. In between all those times, what are we doing in the Office of Professional Practices? The first thing is that we are screening and clearing certain licensure applications and deciding which ones need to go to a hearing and which ones can be processed by the specialist. You're all familiar with the application and the background questions. Those questions have been sort of changed and tweaked over time. As I've gone back through records, they used to ask people, have you ever been convicted of a felony? Is there any reason that you shouldn't be a teacher? Those were the 2 background questions. Now we have more questions, and they're designed to work in alignment with the regulations. So if the regulations say a license may be denied if you've been convicted of a misdemeanor involving a minor, that's one of the background questions. We're trying to figure out which people do we need to take a look at. So we're screening applications. Some people will report a misdemeanor that is not a concern to the office. So those can go back to the licensure specialist for processing. Some applications can be cleared by the regulations by the superintendent of public instruction. So misdemeanor convictions involving drugs can be cleared by the superintendent of public instruction. So we would figure out what the problem was with that application, write up a summary and see if that's something that can be cleared. It can be cleared if the board has already addressed it before. So people come for renewal. They'll still answer yes to a background question that's been reviewed. That's a big part of the work. Any applicant who answers yes to a background question, that application is going to come to our office for review. We also organize the licensure hearings. So a licensure hearing takes place for applicants who have disclosed an issue that needs to be reviewed, and for any license holder who has found themselves with some sort of difficulty where a school division has brought a petition for revocation or suspension, and that needs review. We take the material that we have, as much as information as we can get, formal documents, the application, the allegations of what happened in certain circumstances. We prepare a case file for review by panel members and board members. We always share that information with the applicant or license holder. So we're organizing that hearing process. If it is an adverse action from a school division, the school division will come and present the case to the panel and the board, but we're trying to make sure everyone has all the material that's needed and review the material from the school divisions. Some divisions have a lot of experience with this. Some of the smaller divisions haven't had to do this in 10 years, and they'll call and say, what do I need in here? So we're trying to make sure everything, we have as much information as possible for panel and board members. We also prepare and distribute the monthly report that goes out to division superintendents and HR personnel about the actions the board has taken in the prior month. This also does include cancellation notices, and we'll talk more about that. We do make this information available on the VDOE website, so we will update that report. We report to the NASDAQ clearinghouse so that other jurisdictions are also aware if a license has been denied, suspended, or revoked in our jurisdiction or canceled. When a license holder does surrender the license, we prepare the notices of cancellation. We also track incidents of professional misconduct that we have heard about. We might hear about that from a school division. We might receive a news report. Very rarely do we hear from law enforcement themselves, but we will hear from the Department of Social Services if there's been a founded disposition against a license holder. Those cases all take a long time to resolve. If someone is charged with a crime or has a founded disposition that they appeal, it can take, 2 years or more to resolve the situation. So we do try and track the progress of those cases to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks, because often you as a school may dismiss someone with a felony charge pending, but then you get a new division superintendent, 2 or 3 years pass and everyone's forgotten that person. They haven't worked for the school division for 2 years. We need to make sure that we've kept track of that. If there is finally a felony conviction, we want to make sure we take the appropriate licensure action. We also will advise school divisions of their legal obligations. What is the process? How do you follow it? What do you need to do? We will provide petition templates. So a template for a petition for revocation. We'll provide template cancellation notices because our regulations are fairly specific about what needs to be in those notices. We will also make sure we do get complaints from parents, from students. My favorite was once a student who wrote in to tell me that he turned in the homework and got a 0 anyway, and the teacher should be the teacher should be punished. They're not always fun, but that one was fun. I have 3 children. So generally, we make the school division aware of all complaints of misconduct of a teacher or other licensed personnel, and make sure they understand the obligation to investigate that complaint and take appropriate action, whatever the investigation warrants. We will also share investigative files. Now, this is only when an adverse action has been taken. That information does become foiable. It's a matter of public record, so we'll get requests from other jurisdictions. If someone has applied for a license there, we'll get requests from school divisions or media or just individuals who want to know. So we will answer those requests. And that takes us to the licensure actions themselves. This is what you'll find in so it's 8 Virginia Administrative Code 2023, and there are the specific regulations regarding the revocation, cancellation, suspension, and denial of licenses. A revocation, the board can revoke a license. The regulations themselves say you can request reinstatement of your license after 5 years. If a license is canceled, the regulations don't say how long you have to wait before you can request reinstatement. So that is one. I try and make people aware of that. You can only surrender or cancel your license in response to a petition for revocation or suspension, or in response to a court order. So you can't just decide I'm about to get in trouble and I'm going to surrender my license. The school division needs to have petitioned, or we can petition on behalf of the board if the school division has elected not to do that. But that cancellation of the license is done in response to a petition or a court order. The board can suspend a license for any time period not to exceed 5 years, and a license can be denied. The regulations set out very specific circumstances that the board may consider when revoking, suspending, or denying a license. And then the newest regulation we have is, I think at this point, 2 years old. It allows the board to issue a written reprimand. I don't think that was an option before April of 2022, so it's a new regulation. And the board has not had the opportunity to address the situation where a reprimand might be the appropriate action at this point. But I think we are seeing more and more questions from school divisions about people leaving in the middle of the school year. So breach of contract is one of the specific reasons that a reprimand might be issued. And I expect that a case will come before the board soon, probably this year. They will have the opportunity to address that, but that is a new regulation. And then the regulations also talk about the reinstatement of a license and how that can happen. But all this requires the same process, and the regulations set out the process for an administrative hearing before an advisory board, which is called the Superintendent's Investigative Panel. Cases go before the panel. The panel consists of 3 to 5 members who were appointed, and this is not on the slide, but they've been appointed by the superintendent. And they're generally educators from around the state. So we have superintendents, school division superintendents, we have HR personnel, we have principals, vice principals, that sort of person who can look at this case, spend some time with it, ask questions of the applicant or license holder, review the case materials, and then make a recommendation to the board and the superintendent of public instruction on what the results should be. So it's a little bit of a it's a long process to revoke or suspend or reprimand a license. You know, you have your process before the local school division, you come before the panel, and then you go before the board. I wanted to talk a little bit about tracking misconduct and how we do that. So cases, and I've touched on this briefly, but cases come to us through a variety of channels. We get the applications where someone has disclosed a background issue. We receive petitions for adverse action from school divisions. We can initiate a petition for adverse action on behalf of the Board of Education if it's clear that no school division is going to initiate the action. And that can happen mainly if it's if we have a license holder who was not employed by a school division when this event happened. So you have an active license, you get charged with a felony. There's no school division to initiate the action. So once we knew that the conviction had happened, we would initiate an action for the board to review that person's license. We also hear, we get a lot of information from that NASDAQ clearinghouse. All the school divisions, and this is a little plug here, the Department of Education has funded each school division to have access to the clearinghouse. You should be checking the clearinghouse when you hire people. I have school divisions who say, wait, we have access? You do, you have access. VDOE has paid for that. I think the General Assembly made, several years back, made provisions in the budget for that to happen. So school divisions can check the clearinghouse, particularly when you have someone coming in from another state, to make sure that there has been no adverse action before you make that hire and get them started working. You know, maybe they've applied for a Virginia license and you're thinking, we're going to have reciprocity, this is going to be easy. You should check the clearinghouse just to be sure before you make those decisions. It just takes a minute. We can walk you through it if you need to. But we do get that information from the clearinghouse about, so maybe someone had a license here and then they moved to California. If an adverse action happens in California, we will review that information and see if the board needs to review it in Virginia and perhaps revoke a license here. I mentioned we get information from Child Protective Services. We get the reports from NASDAQ. We get notifications from school divisions. So often someone will call and say, hey, we had this teacher, they've been charged with a felony, they've been charged with misdemeanor, what should I do? We'll put that on the tracker to make sure we keep track of what's happening there. It can take a long time. We review media reports. We do get complaints from students, parents, and sometimes an anonymous complaint. So we try and keep track of all these different people. No formal action is going to be taken until a criminal charge is resolved or until a founded disposition has been appealed or the appeal period has passed. So there's a lot of due process involved in this before anyone's license is taken. So the actual process that we go through, if it is a licensure application or an application for renewal or reinstatement of a license, that application will be referred to the Office of Professional Practices if there's a yes answer on one of the background questions. We will schedule a hearing before the superintendent's investigative panel. There are legal notices that have to be given. People need to have time to prepare for that hearing. They get the case file that we prepare for panel members. So there's no secret to this. Everything that I have in my case file, which is everything I could get, goes out to the panel members and it goes out to the person who is applying for the license. The superintendent's investigative panel will make a recommendation after hearing the case. We will let the person know what that recommendation was. We will notify them of the next board hearing where the action is expected to be heard. The superintendent will review the material and make her recommendation to the Board of Education. They'll hear the case, and that is when the action becomes final. The board can do it, they can suspend, deny, revoke a license, or they can take no action or order that a license can be issued. A little bit more about the superintendent of public instruction. She does have the discretion to reinstate licenses after a suspension period has passed. She has the discretion to clear an applicant of certain misdemeanor drug convictions and allow the application to be processed without the hearings. She does make recommendations to the Board of Education regarding the licensure cases that they will hear, and she appoints members of the superintendent's investigative panel. Those panel members, there's no term of service. They can sit for as long as needed. The last panel continued to sit through the end of 2023. I forget what year we're having. So we have a new panel now of 5 new members that the current superintendent has appointed. The process regarding license holders who are employed in public school divisions is a little bit different. If the school division receives a complaint of misconduct, which can be a parent complaint, notice from law enforcement, notice from social services, something happens in the school, whatever it is, the regulations set out that the division superintendent has a duty to investigate the complaint. That is that is something that must be done. They can designate someone to investigate the complaint, but it does have to be done. If they find that there is grounds to believe that a licensure action should be taken or could be taken, then they also have the duty to petition for that adverse licensure action if the complaint is well-founded. That's the language of the regulations. It's the same sort of process. The license holder has a right to know about the petition. The petition should set out the rights of the license holder, including the right at that point to surrender the license. They know when the school board hearing will be held. They have an opportunity to answer or deny the complaint in writing. They have the opportunity to provide before the school board. And then the school board meets and votes and makes a recommendation. If the school board votes that there's no either that the complaint was not well-founded or an adverse action is not necessary, the case is closed at that level. If the school board recommends that the petition move forward, then the entire case file is forwarded to the Department of Education. And that's where we take the material and we start to prepare for the process at the state level, which again involves just the same as the applications. We will have a panel hearing, and then we'll move forward to the Board of Education, which makes any final determination. So we've talked a bit about these cases move forward either as licensure applications or as petitions for adverse actions. The process is very similar. They go before the panel. The panel is established by the regulations. It talks about there are 3 to 5 members. It does not set term limits. It speaks of them as an advisory body. They issue recommendations only. They don't decide any cases. And then the regulations, all of this law establishes the Board of Education. There are 9 members, as you know. They have term limits and they're appointed by the governor, but they make all the final decisions on any licensure action that goes before a panel. After any decision is made by the Board of Education, we formally notify the applicants or the license holder, any attorneys involved, any school division personnel. We also report any adverse action immediately to the clearinghouse so that other jurisdictions can be aware that this has happened. It's not unusual for people to begin applying for licensure in other states when they know that something bad is about to happen in the state. So we see that and we try and make those reports as soon as we can, which is after the board has made a decision. We update the spreadsheet that's on the website every month. We prepare and distribute a monthly report to division superintendents and I think usually HR personnel in each school division. And we would assist in any appeals that go forward. There haven't been very many. I suspect that there will be more in the future, just given the way of the world. But if there's a case that gets appealed from the Board of Education, then we prepare the case file and the agency record is what it's called, but we help and the Attorney General handles it after that. We have statistics from the year 2000 to 2023. That's the report that you will find on the website. We did a rough count and saw that between 2000 and the end, I think I put the wrong date. Oh, no, I got it right. 1/31/2024, there had been 708 adverse actions. That includes the revocations, cancellations, suspensions, and denials. In last year, I laid it out specific. There were 19 revocations, 31 cancellations, 4 suspensions, 9 denials. We have not yet seen a written reprimand issued by the board, as I mentioned earlier. And I would say that in 2020, 2021, and 2022, there were lower than normal adverse actions. There was COVID, there were less hearings, less interaction with students and teachers, probably less ability for school administrations to know about misconduct because of what was happening, but maybe there was less misconduct. And then in 2022, when things started to sort of come back to normal, the Office of Professional Practices during that year had one person in my position and a part-time case manager, and the person in my position left in July. So that, I think, reduced the number of actions that were presented to the board for the rest of the year. 2023 was fairly comparable to 2019, and I would have to go back to the numbers, but numbers from like 2017, 18, and 19 were about what we had last year. So we're seeing, you know, obviously more actions than would have been seen prior to the year 2000. But not a huge increase in the last year. But I think it probably felt to the board a little bit like there was a big increase from 2022 to 2023, but we were sort of playing a little bit of catch up that year. And that was what I had. I had some contact information. Are there any questions?
You're gonna wait till
The adverse reaction.
Andy, wait for the mic.
I don't know what I can't, I have little leg.
Can adverse reactions go on to any type of license, provisional, collegiate, professional? Yeah.
Yes. So an adverse action can even take place on a license that is expired as long as the misconduct occurred before or while the license was active. So, yeah.
And is there any tracking to that? A provisional seems to have a higher number of, adverse reactions than is there any kind of tracking like that?
No, but it would be easy to do. We keep that, we keep the information since 2000 in an Excel spreadsheet. Now, that spreadsheet gets locked when it gets posted to the website. It would be fairly easy for me to do a search and see, okay, how many of these, because we report the jurisdiction, the name, and the type of license, and then the type of action. So it would be easy enough to see, and we could present that information.
Thank you.
Good morning. One point, I wonder, I probably need to know the history of the written reprimand. If I were to be reprimanded writtenly, I'll be mortified if my boss did that. But there are people that will think, well, if I can get what I want out of it, a slap on the wrist, I'll take that. I'll take a written reprimand as long as I don't lose my license. So what was the thinking behind even implementing that? I'm just trying to still wrap that around my mind.
I am not sure. As I mentioned earlier, it's a long process to get a regulation changed or implemented. So I have been with the Office of Professional Practices for less than a year and a half. That regulation went into effect in April of 2022. Since it specifically talks about breach of contract, I think there must have been some movement within the General Assembly or with the board, people noticing teachers, there's a shortage. You can go from Henrico County to Chesterfield County if you think you're going to get a raise, and that's pretty easy. And the reprimand is not nothing. It's an adverse action. It gets reported to the division superintendents. It goes on our website. It's reported to the clearinghouse. I will be honest though, in Virginia, we will license you if your license was suspended in Maryland for breach of contract, because if you're here and you're a good teacher and that's the only thing that's ever done, we'll issue that license. So I think it was a step towards letting people or teachers know, the decision to leave a school division is not to be taken lightly. And perhaps it was meant, if your parent is dying or you have a circumstances, sometimes you need to leave your job. You need some kind of, there's a life crisis that happens. If you are literally leaving to go to the next county over for a raise in the middle of the year, that's going to at least get you some sort of reprimand. None have been issued, and I don't know a lot about the background, but I suppose there was some thinking that we want to note these actions without necessarily leaving ourselves with less qualified teachers.
I'll go ahead and add just one. It doesn't just have to be for breach of contract. I mean, there are other things that you could do a written reprimand for. And just in the 6 months that I've been in this role, I've seen investigative panels disagree with each other to the point where they're like, if my only choice is to suspend their license or my only choice is to revoke their license, they wanted another, they felt like that there needed to be something 6 months other than just acting like nothing ever happened. And I would even say our board has had times where they disagreed on what the appropriate action would be. And maybe having this as another option would give them a ground to stand together on, as opposed to maybe taking a vote that maybe only half agree and half don't agree. One other thing I would say is I wouldn't underestimate the impact of an adverse action, because if on an application it asks, have you ever had an adverse action taken against you? You would have to answer yes, even under a written reprimand. And so you and Rappahannock are getting a teacher and you say that, you're going to have to investigate that. And if you find that they just left some division in the middle of the year and they were reprimanded for that, that would probably give you as a hiring agent some cause to maybe second guess that.
Yeah, I will second that. The reprimand does say if there is the school division petitions for a revocation or a suspension and the board finds that some lesser punishment is appropriate, the reprimand can also be, it doesn't have to be for breach of contract. That's absolutely true. And I think the process itself probably imposes on most people a sort of, oh, wow, you come, your school board has voted on this, the superintendent's panel, and you're invited to each meeting and given notice of the meeting. So it's not, the process itself would give me pause.
Thanks. Ann Holton, as your Board of Ed liaison, I would just, two things. First, I would say, if those of you who watch our Board of Ed meetings carefully from your hopefully comfortable home sites, but when you're tuning in, if you see us going into long executive sessions, it's almost always hearing these cases. So we do all of this personnel matter in confidence, and then we come back out in public session and take action. If we're taking adverse action, we do it publicly. If we are denying an adverse action, then we don't use the person's name. So we protect their privacy. But when you see us for a long time in executive session, that's what we're doing. And sometimes the cases are hard. I mean, sometimes somebody had a child abuse case, 10 years ago. It might have been some kind of domestic dispute between him or her and their spouse, and or their child's father or mother. And anyway, there were cases where we wished we had some middle ground that would notify you all as the hiring authority that there was something there you needed to look at, but that we didn't think necessarily would prevent the person from being a good teacher. And other states do have the reprimand option. So I think we were eager to have a reprimand option, but I don't remember how it got from that eagerness to somebody actually making it an option for us. A lot of the cases are, really hard to look at, but pretty open shut, blatant sexual abuse kind of cases.
Okay, no, it's working. I have a few questions actually. If a teacher's given a provisional license, say through the special education provisional licensure program, and they quit, does that license just terminate, or do they actually still have the license and then the school division has to petition the state to revoke it?
So that's complicated. If you wanted to petition to revoke, the school division would have to initiate a petition. The license, though, can't be converted to a renewable license without the employment and the appropriate amount of teaching experience. So I think I definitely see school divisions petition against a provisional license when the misconduct is serious. I haven't seen a school division petition when the license holder just said, this isn't for me, and quit. That doesn't mean they can't, but I haven't seen one. It's a lot of effort for the school division, I think, to move forward as well.
Well, I'm really surprised to see these numbers for 2023 that there were only 4 suspensions because, I mean, around where I'm from, maybe it's just an urban myth, but there are teachers that are like, "Oh, I'm miserable. This is not working. I don't want to be here anymore." And there are all these rumors like, well, if you quit, if you break your contract, they're going to suspend your license. They're going to suspend your license. And people are being held captive by this, like, apparently a myth if there were only 4 suspensions in the entire state in 1 year. And I mean, I think if more people, I don't want people to start quitting. I'm just saying, like, the true situation is that it's not very common, and that's not really what had been presented to us. So, I mean, certainly a written reprimand might make someone think twice, but the truth of the matter has been that if people want to leave, they're just going to leave. They didn't even care about the suspension anymore. And we have seen people leaving and breaking their contracts, and then they get snatched up by another district very, very quickly because of how many vacancies there are. So you answered my question about provisional licenses. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. I will tell you, and because it's public information, once the adverse action has happened, that none of those suspensions was due to breach of contract. They were something that the board felt something less than a revocation was appropriate. And again, that doesn't mean the board won't or can't issue a suspension, but it didn't happen last year. So I don't know what teachers are hearing, but it is a process to go through, and the school division has to be, committed, I think, to go ahead and petition for an adverse action for a teacher who left.
Also optional for that event.
Yes. Yes, it's not a requirement.
I want to go back a little bit for a clarity point. You said that school divisions have the opportunity to use the clearinghouse. Does that mean that they do use the clearinghouse? Have you found where people have fallen through those cracks?
Yes.
And then how do you remediate that in the long run?
So the common circumstance I've seen is we will receive a licensure request and an application for licensure from a school division, and right away I see that person has, I don't know what the technical term is, but we match our database with the clearinghouse database monthly. So if you apply and you've had an adverse action already in a different state, we know as soon as the application is uploaded into the system, whether or not you answer yes or no to the question. And it's always worse if you answered no, and we say that the answer should have been yes. So that has caused me to call the school division and say, did you know that this person who you submitted the licensure request form has and one of them was a very serious adverse action. Sometimes it's a suspension, but I've seen revocations for serious misconduct, and the school division just had not checked the clearinghouse. So they have this person in a classroom awaiting licensure. And I'm pretty sure I've at least called twice, and a person was walked out the door that day because their license was revoked in another jurisdiction for something that was very serious.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you bring up a good point. I would think that the perpetrators, I'm using that word, I know there's some legal scholars and a former judge sitting 10 feet away from me, but the perpetrators, I would imagine that there are people that already have licenses and have been holding them for years. I'm thinking of a particular case of an employee in a school division. It was public knowledge, but I still won't say the name, where the employee was a counselor, and their situation, they were already in the school division. They committed a crime in one jurisdiction. For 2 years, no one knew about it, allegedly, and then happened. So I would imagine that that number is smaller, because some of the people that are offenders are not applying for license. They may already have the license. As a high school principal, I can say that a lot of us are slower to move to actions of getting rid of a teacher's license if it's not criminal. I mean, if they're just a bad teacher, we're going to try to work with them more and more, and we're more patient now than we were maybe in 2007 or 2008 when those numbers were higher, because the demand, the market's a little different than then too. So that might account for some of the reasons why that number is lower, because there's more tolerance on the school and the school division level. But I wonder, is that perpetrators, or are they already people that hold licenses so they wouldn't go by your office? You wouldn't see them.
If we don't know about it, you know, and I've seen that as well. We had a more recent case where there were allegations of misconduct in a school division, and so it came before the board, and in the process of investigating that, and we went back to a prior school division and found that there had been similar allegations. So the first school division had never reported it. This license holder went to a new school division and I suspect repeated the same things. So I think, and I'm hopeful that, you know, it's a matter of time, like these things aren't acceptable anymore, and school divisions do receive, not that they were ever acceptable, but school divisions do understand that people will move from division to division, and there is a responsibility to report this. If it's, you know, like you said, there's a difference between a teacher who needs to be developed professionally and be a better teacher, and a teacher who's done something that's not acceptable. And so I think we're getting better reporting. There's less secrecy involved in certain types, you know, sexual misconduct, particularly, in the understanding that some of these perpetrators are predators and they are just going to move around until they're stopped. So. All right, thank you.
Let's thank Ms. Schneider for her excellent presentation. And we are now transitioning to our next presenter, who is Miss Katie Carroll. She is the Deputy Superintendent at DOE. I'm gonna make sure I pull the right.
Any slides, which is probably good for today.
Let me go ahead and block this one off for you, so it's not. Let's just see what happens.
Did it again.
Okay. I will only do that for once. I got professional practices. There you go.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'm really excited to be attending my first ABTEL meeting. As mentioned, I am Deputy Superintendent over School Performance and Support at the Virginia Department of Education. I think I started 2 weeks after Rob, so I'm coming up on my 6-month anniversary this week, actually. Yeah, thank you. As the Deputy Superintendent over School Performance and Support, I have 3 areas of work that sit under me, one being Rob's area of work with his team that is here today around teacher licensure and educator prep. But then I also have the assessment and accountability team, as well as the Office of School Quality. As I was coming on board in this role, I was really thinking about how those 3 areas of work interact. I think assessment and accountability and Office of School Quality are really clear in how they connect and how they collaborate. But thinking through the work that Rob's team does, they are also really key in making sure that we have high quality educators in front of our students every day. So I really think about the educator licensure and prep team, making sure that we have the conditions in place for our students to do really well on our assessments and our schools to do really well in accountability. And then when schools are in need of additional support, we bring in that Office of School Quality, who's really there to help make sure those conditions, which include not only educators, but the school climate, as well as other areas, improve. So just wanted to share a little bit about how I think about the team that sits under me, but then also provide you all with some updates for the other areas, not education, educator, licensure, and prep, since you hear plenty about that through these meetings, but about accountability, assessment, and the Office of School Quality. I'll start first with assessment. and then go into accountability in the Office of School Quality since they connect a little bit more. So for assessment, you may be aware last year during the General Assembly session, there was House Bill 585, which passed. That bill directed the Secretary of Education and the Superintendent of Public Instruction to convene a working group to review the standards of learning assessments and to think through how in the future we can be able to improve them. They met over a series of 6 months last year from March to about September, I believe. I had just started when their working group were ending. They put out a final report in October, which compiled all of the meetings which they heard from various national leaders on assessment and what is happening in other states. From those meetings, they came up with 5 areas where they felt moving forward, our SOL assessment system could really improve. The first being around rigorous standards, which our Board of Education is taking on, and it began probably about a year ago with the history standards of reviewing and improving our standards of learnings for our content areas. The second portion of the report focused on rigorous items. So they really dug into the different types of items that are used across states, one being that they are more open-ended and allow for students to show their thinking a little bit more. So not just a multiple choice A, B, C, but really opening it up for students to do writing or to show how they thought through a math problem and explain that. The third area was focused on reporting. I'm not sure how familiar you are with our standards of learning assessment reports. I hear a lot about them. And I think this is a really important area to make sure that all stakeholders are able to access assessment information. So the next recommendation that came from the HB work group focused on making sure we had timely and clear reports for all stakeholders. The last 2 recommendations that came from that working group focus more high level and about the future of ensuring that we have system coherence across the various assessments that are in the system. So you might be familiar with the Virginia Growth Assessment and how that's developed and how then it connects to the SOL assessment. That is something that is of interest to explore from that working group. And then thinking always about the future and making sure that we're innovating our assessments. And so that's a high-level overview of the 5 areas from the House Bill 585 working group. From those recommendations, the Virginia Department of Education is now thinking about our next assessment and working on the request for proposal for that to go out so that vendors can respond and we can find our next partner in making sure that we improve the assessments. The other update I just wanted to quickly provide about assessment, which was announced probably mid-January, is that we do have a new parent report. Over the holidays, we worked with an organization known as Learning Heroes. They are a nationwide parent advocacy group that has done a lot of work across states to improve parent reports and how we communicate to parents, not just on assessments, but in other areas. So we have this new improved standards of learning assessment report that we first rolled out for our winter Virginia Growth Assessment Administration. And then we are now working on a version for our spring administration of the standards of learning assessments. So that's the updates on our assessment work. For accountability, we've had a lot of work going on. I think my first day on the job, I immediately dove into that, and we've been doing a lot of work with the Board of Education on accountability as well. Prior to joining VDOE, I think probably starting fall 2022, the board started investigating how they could work to bifurcate the accountability and accreditation system, as well as have the accountability system really focus on outputs. Fast forward to August and September of 2023, there was a notice of intended regulatory action, or a NORA, that the board approved. And that led us to being able to put out for public comment, as well as go out to stakeholder engagement in December to hear from the field about what they would like to see in a new accountability system. We hit every region in December and late November. So hopefully some of you were maybe able to attend or were able to hear a little bit about those sessions. But from those sessions, we really heard that achievement and growth are both important. Concerns around chronic absenteeism, just because it feels sometimes that we have a little less control over that, but that it is still something that is important. And a lot of interest in career readiness as a indicator that's expanded on in high school. We have 2 consultants that are supporting us in this work, Ann Heislip and Chad Alderman. They reported out to the board in January, the results of the stakeholder engagement, and then we're bringing more back in March for the board to react to. It's very much an ongoing process, plan and much more that needs to be done. But please make sure you're focused in on that because it's really important work. Next is the Office of School Quality, which is our school improvement team. So when schools are identified through the accreditation or the accountability system, the Office of School Quality is the group of people that go out to those divisions and schools to really help them make sure that they're addressing the reasons they were identified. Since I came on board, the Office of School Quality has really been shifting the way that they think about their work. They are trying to less focus on compliance and more focus on the support that divisions need. The accountability team is focused on the compliance. And so we need, when the OSQ team goes out to schools, that they're really listening to the school. Those supports are now built around framework. It is based off research done by a national organization known as WestEd, and it is around the 4 pillars that have been really shown to drive school improvement, and the staffing, professional learning, and school climate. And so for this group, I would see the staffing and professional learning really tying to your work, staffing in particular. And with this new model of the Office of School Quality, we're really encouraging the Office of School Quality to also work across the Virginia Department of Ed. So our assistant superintendent, Brendan Alban, talks to Rob a lot about the staffing. So your voice is represented in that work. And with this new framework, we also have new tools that we are putting out to divisions and schools to support them in the process. So we have a new needs assessment, we have a new support plan, and we've been conducting webinars over the past couple months to introduce divisions to that new work. So that is high level an update from the 2 other areas that sit under my portfolio. Happy to take any questions, but understand too if you want to dig back into the meat that is the focus of today.
Wait for the microphone. Yeah.
And I'll say we started a walking contest today, so I'm happy that our team is walking a lot. It's our leadership team for this, so make sure all of them are walking a lot.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lindy Johnson. I'm a professor at William and Mary. I wonder if you have any updates, or maybe this may be for someone else, but about the clinical faculty program, clinical faculty grants. Those are in the regulations for the Virginia Department of Education, but that grant has changed or gone away. So I wondered if you had any updates about that.
I personally do not, but is that John L? So, yeah.
It was issued this year. And so nothing has really changed other than that the last 2 years required that within the proposals, that those that were submitting aligned it with the mentoring guidelines. And I can't tell you off the top of my head who those individual EPPs that were the recipients of this year, but we did issue out that grant. I'm not sure whether or not William and Mary was a recipient this year. I just don't know off the top of my head, but it's still continuing. EPPs. Mm-hmm.
Great. Well, I'm always happy to come back to you with some updates from the other areas of work, but thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Katie.
I think we lost the VDOE feed, but we are
We did.
recording and YouTube is still live. So I don't think that is hindering us. I think that they just dropped off the actual presentation. So I think that you
Yeah.
pointed that out. We went from 3 squares to 2
Two.
squares. That was the VDOE through the YouTube channel. That's the, but it still says recording. It still says YouTube.
Okay. We're not gonna get a phone call, are we?
We might. I
Okay.
texted you. See if it's working. Oh, you got it out.
Okay, cool. And then I'll do some enable. And then it's gonna tell me no. And then I'm gonna do, see if it will change on this side. Yeah, okay, so next up, we have our doctors Eric Moffa and Peggy Schindler for our VCLA redundancy for specific endorsement area, as well as proposal 2, assessment waiver process for education preparation program deans and directors. So I will gladly turn things over to Dr. Moffa.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Again, I'm Eric Moffa. I'm an associate professor at Washington and Lee University. I would first like to thank many ABTEL members who have communicated with me and shared information and discussion over months, if not years, about the VCLA and the other proposals we'll be looking at, specifically Peggy Schindler, Andy Cox, also emails recently from Doug, Michaela, Shelby. So thank you all. And one other thing, some research on the JLARC report, which many of you are familiar with and is mentioned in this presentation as well, was done by an undergraduate ed policy student of mine, Pearson Gamage. So I appreciate her help as well in this. Okay. So starting with some context, and again, there is a lot in this PowerPoint presentation I'm going to do, but I'm going to try to move pretty quickly because a lot of it is information we're well aware of. But I wanted to frame this discussion by understanding the teacher shortage issue. We know that we have, at the start of this school year, 4,300 vacant teaching positions in the state. We have, and I don't have the number, but another 16% teaching in as not fully licensed for the area that they're teaching in. All of these are increases from prior years. And we also know, and this is coming from the JLARC, which is Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission report, which is available, and I encourage you all to read it if you haven't. But that 73% of new teachers who attend traditional teacher preparation programs have cited that financial cost is a burden to them completing their program, especially when sometimes having to take certification exams multiple times to hit a pass rate. So with that in mind, this is one of the main factors we're looking to take up some proposals to move on to the Board of Education. Proposal number 1 is about eliminating the VCLA for specific professional licenses. I have language here, and I have not done a comparison to see if this is the exact language that is on the agenda, but when it comes time for us to discuss the proposals, maybe we'll look at what language we have on the agenda and if there's going to be any edits or alignment of those. I will read this before we get started. Recommendation to request the Board of Education to eliminate the requirement of the Virginia Communication Literacy Assessment for individuals seeking a professional license in the endorsement areas of early primary education, pre-K 3, elementary education, pre-K 6, special education general curriculum, K-12, special education blindness and visual impairments, pre-K 12, and special education deaf and hard of hearing, pre-K 12. And I'll talk about why those specific license areas were chosen in just a moment. I do have a brief outline of this first section, this proposal 1 section, in some of the key things that we'll be looking at, including, again, why these licenses, several other exams where we were finding redundancies, some alignment with other, governing policymaking bodies going on, and other concerns as well. So just to know what is to come. The Virginia Communication and Literacy Assessment is an exam created and administered, pardon for the typo, by Pearson Education, Inc. And it is required for an initial professional teaching license unless a waiver is requested by a division superintendent, which is something that they have been able to do in recent years. The requirement for the VCLA going back into history was adopted in 2005. I think the test might have been first put forward in 2007. The passing scores are shown here. It is a subtest test, the reading subtest on reading comprehension analysis, the writing subtest on writing knowledge and proficiency. There's multiple choice. And then for the writing, there's also 3 short answer and 2 writing assignments. You can see that there are, passing scores for the single test as well as both tests. These tests can be taken together at the same time, or they can be taken in 2 different occasions. I have a content overview. I'm not going to read all of this to you, but I want to give you a sense of what the VCLA is testing. On the reading comprehension analysis, it is looking at such things as, does this test taker understand words and phrases, main ideas supporting details in written material, relationships between ideas, critical reasoning, summarizing, outlining, and other graphic forms of information as well. The writing has even more objectives under it. The influence of purpose and audience, principles of unity-focused development, organization, sentence structure, several things that speak to the correct uses of standard English and mechanical conventions in standard English, and the ability to produce a written summary as well. So with that cursory knowledge of the VCLA, why did we hone in on these specific licenses? The following professional license require the new teaching reading praxis exam, exam 5205, which replaced the Reading for Virginia Educators exam just a couple years ago. So those are the ones that we've really honed in on as specific for redundancy between the VCLA and this new teaching reading. And all of these professional licenses require the teaching reading elementary praxis. Also, we should note that the teaching reading praxis came about in part because, or at a good time, when it was aligning with the Virginia Literacy Act. So this recent legislation that has been adopted and signed into law and I have the quote here from the VLA, the literacy assessment required of individuals seeking initial teacher licensure with endorsements in certain areas to include a rigorous test of science-based reading research and evidence-based literacy instruction. And that this test from Praxis is specifically built to assess the science of reading. So we have this alignment between these 2 things that satisfies, again, the legal requirements for teaching license. So let's look at the teaching reading praxis at a little more in depth here. It is an exam that has 90 selected response questions and 3 written responses, constructed response questions. The content outlines of the teaching reading praxis are as listed here and include things such as phonological and phonemic awareness, phonics and decoding, vocabulary fluency, literacy, informational text, written expression, and assessment and decision-making that is tested in the constructed response. Each of these content categories, and this is all available on websites if you go to both the VCLA's website for their information, as well as the ETS website for the praxis information. They have a lot of content objectives listed under the teaching reading praxis. I've only pulled out a few here that I thought were somewhat relevant. So it does such things such as require the test takers to understand instructional methods for teaching phonemic awareness, both basic and advanced, morphological analysis, multiple approaches to teaching word solving and structural analysis, activating students' background knowledge to increase comprehension, methods to teach structure of written language and grammar and mechanics. So, sorry, I'm moving fast. So with all of that said, the analysis that we've undertaken has revealed some redundancies here between the teaching reading praxis and the VCLA. The basic skills of reading comprehension and writing under the VCLA are embedded through the application of pedagogical knowledge in the Praxis 5205. The VCLA's focus on assessing candidates' reading and writing skills is less specific to the professional work of teachers and their application of pedagogical knowledge for reading and writing, which is again under the Praxis. Also to note, the VCLA does not explicitly align with current evidence on the science of reading as mandated in the VLA. Now, to put that in perspective, though, Pearson has offered to regenerate and update this exam. So, to do fair justice, again, it is something that could be done. Okay. JLARC finding, there's a whole section in the JLARC report that the VCLA is a barrier to entering the profession. I'll share a few stats that I think are very relevant for us to consider. 86% of test takers do eventually pass the VCLA. However, 630 test takers, or 14%, did not pass it each year over the last 6 years. According to a majority of the educator preparation programs, and not just the ones here interviewed and surveyed for JLARC, but plenty of others, I think anecdotally, that we have been in communication with as colleagues in our organization, say that failure to pass the assessment, like the VCLA, is one of the top reasons that candidates are unable to enroll or complete the educator preparation program. And again, the test was developed and is somewhat outdated. JLARC has recommended that we replace the VCLA with a relevant nationally recognized test or remove it as a requirement for full teacher licensure. Also, as Rob already looked at, the House bill that is currently proposed, I have the language here from its summary, but it in essence is saying that we eliminate the requirement for any national or state-based communication literacy assessment as a conditional for initial or renewal of teaching license. The last few points here I wanted to bring in about the overall cost and number of exams. Not everyone is aware outside of the realms of education, however, this might look familiar to you, that we take a lot of tests to become certified educators. I've looked at just elementary pre-K 6 as one sequence here. And in addition to, of course, lots of other requirements, including professional courses and everything else, and content courses, the VCLA is one cost. If the two subtests are taken separately, then you pay a $50 registration fee at separate times, which can raise the cost to $180. The teaching reading praxis comes in at $156, and the elementary education multi-subject test, which includes 4 subtests, totals for $209. I had a colleague of mine at another institution had this graph already made up, so I borrowed it from them. And just to let you know, again, looking at the cost of exams as well as background checks, CPR, other licensing and assessment fees, we're looking at a price tag that comes in around $756 to $977 to just in, again, the pathway to become a teacher because of the certification requirements. Okay. To shift to another redundancy that is specific to elementary licensure is that everyone who becomes elementary certified takes the subtest Praxis 5002. This has a lot of words on the slide, but I just want to bring awareness that these align perhaps even closer with specific test objectives that look at reading comprehension around literacy passes, informational text, etc., writing skills, the organization of ideas, the candidate's ability to communicate in written expression, interpreting text, critical analyzing, supporting details, authors, purpose, tone, and textual factors, the demonstration of knowledge, grammar, punctuation, mechanics, both tested in these tests. To move on, several more: standard English, correct grammar, pronunciation, spelling, and syntax, synthesizing information, critical thinking skills, including evaluative arguments, logical conclusions, etc., in written text. And generally, both tests are designed to prepare candidates for success in educator roles by ensuring that they have foundational knowledge. So again, looking at multiple paths of redundancy between the VCLA and exams. The last slide I have for this first section on the VCLA talks about it being a barrier specifically for students of color, international students, and non-native English speakers. Educator preparation programs have voiced concerns to ABTEL over the years, and even recently through some information that you all shared, that the VCLA, it presents difficulties for students of color, international students, and non-native speakers. While I did not have the data presently available to me, there have been VDOE and the staff share the actual pass rates between different groups of students or of test takers, and there is a discrepancy. Sorry, again, I was not able to find that information or put it into this slideshow for you today. But we do know generally that students of color are less likely to pass teaching certification exams. And again, we have a lot of anecdotal feedback about this specific issue as well. So I wanted that to be something that everyone had the knowledge of. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and present the shorter part 2 and then open it up for questions. Is that okay? All right. I'll read the wording I have here, again, noting it is likely different than what you have on the agenda. Yes. Okay. Recommendation to request that the Board of Education grant deans, directors, or otherwise titled head administrators of state-approved education preparation programs to selectively grant assessment waivers to program candidates based on the criteria of attempting all required assessments, sufficient grade point average, sufficient course performance, sufficient practical performance, and letters of recommendation, and that the Department of Education shall issue an initial renewable license to any applicant who receives such waiver and who is otherwise eligible, notwithstanding the applicant's failure to pass any assessment so waived. Again, we'll come back to wording of these at a future time. I will note one specific part of this is the decision we would have to make here on whether this waiver is for the VCLA or whether the waiver would be real parity with division superintendents, which can be a waiver of any licensing exam. Section 2, brief outline. We're going to talk about the VCLA and its impact on educator prep programs and keeping students in these educator prep programs, the parity and JLARC and House bills. Okay. EPPs use the VCLA as an admissions requirement because the state requires us to achieve a minimum assessment pass rate of 80% on all required teacher licensure tests, including the VCLA. So for us, again, me representing EPP, others that are teacher educators as well, it is pertinent that we keep students who are completing all the way through graduation, in student teaching, of course, above an 80% pass rate. Well, one way to do that is to make sure they have all their tests done prior to entering into our program. So knowing that, when students are not passing, they're often being either delayed in their pathway or being exited out of our teacher education programs, and that they're missing out on the benefits, of course, of a mentored student teaching experience. I have 2 quick scenarios to share with you, so this is a clear understanding of why this desire for this proposal is here. If the EPP admits a student who has not yet passed their exams, we can provide resources to help the student pass the exams. The student might continue to attempt but fail, and there are cases where we have heard of students attempting like the VCLA 10, 12 times, again, paying money towards that and delaying their approach, their ability all, even though they've satisfied and have been outstanding in other realms. So that being said, the EPP must decide if the student can graduate without the passing score. If this happens, then the employing school division can later request that the exams are waived, and the EPP becomes at risk of falling below the 80% threshold in their report to the VDOE. Another scenario might be that the EPP does not admit a student because they have not passed their exams, or they must exit this student from their program. The individual pursues licensure through an alternative route, which does happen. They teach on a provisional license. For many endorsement areas, the individual is not required to take education coursework prior to receiving the provisional license. If they have the content courses and the content preparation, the professional license can be, or the professional coursework can be delayed, right? And they can get the provisional license, step into the classroom. Over the next few years, the teacher will take professional studies to meet the licensure requirement. If the teacher has attempted but not passed the exams at this point, the school division may waive the exams or request the waiver. So again, this is the parity issue at play. Students who do not meet the requirement for EPPs, who are often entering the profession under the professional license without receiving the same level of preparation for those that meet the initial university requirements and can stay in the program. To put this in perspective of why this is an urgency, we want the best teachers in our schools. When surveyed, and this was from JLARC, I don't know if I put that on this, but 46% of school divisions reported that provisionally licensed teachers are very poorly or poorly prepared to be teachers, while only 3% of school divisions are reporting poor preparation among individuals who come through traditional higher education prep programs. Lots of research also supports this, including probably one of the most well-known scholars, Darlene Hammond, who says that, or has showed that when compared to alternative pathways, collegiate teacher preparation more effectively trains teachers, and these teachers are shown to stay in the profession longer. Also, there's no conclusive evidence that proficiency on licensure exam predicts student outcomes as a teacher. 2 more slides. Thank you. The JLARC report does recommend specifically this waiver ability as well. They recommend an authorization of the waiver to allow higher education teacher prep programs to recommend qualified individuals who have not passed the VCLA to receive full teacher licensure. And we have this coming up in House bills as well, where it says, I think under the second thing here, recommended for such licensure by the dean of such education preparation programs has attempted unsuccessfully to obtain qualifying score, and that they would still meet the requirements to receive an initial license. Thank you. I will take questions, I hope, and if we need to go back and see anything, by all means.
About the VCLA. CLA, you had mentioned that they offered to regenerate it. Are they going to regenerate it anyway for those that still need to take it? Why are we knowing that it's not aligned with the science of reading and knowing that we still will have candidates who will have to take the VCLA? Why would we not then want them to regenerate it for everyone else?
That is a consideration. If the VCLA is to stay as part of licensing in any way, shape, or form, it would probably be pertinent for this body to take that up. Again, we know that some like a bill is being proposed to completely eradicate literacy and communication assessment from teacher licensure. And then I think what we're proposing here is something maybe more conservative in that it identifies specific content areas, but that would be a potential concern.
And then the pass rate discrepancies that were mentioned among students of color and international students, et cetera, are those pass rate discrepancies also commonly spread on all of the other licensure exams too? It's not just the VCLA?
I don't have that information, and it may be something that any of our vendors could pull for us if requested.
And then there was a note on one of the slides that said there's no conclusive evidence demonstrating a teacher's performance on licensure exams predicts student outcomes. But does the teacher's training going through a teacher prep program compared to a provisional license predict student outcomes?
So as with a lot of research, there are some mixed findings on this, and I don't have all of that available. Generally, there is research that shows that people completing a student teaching experience in field work through collegiate traditional teacher preparation stay in the field longer and are more prepared. Whether they're more effective is hard to compare because there's so many different alternative licensing, and there are a lot of studies that look at specific licensing programs or specific well-known things, Teach for America being one and others. So I can't answer that fully, but I know that it tends to have good support for those that went through traditional teacher licensing. And as for the specific thing about the testing, that is from a specific report that I've cited there, and I can get you the resource if you want to read more about how they did that. But yeah.
I guess this is more of a comment than a question, and I hate when people do that. But at my university, we have found that there are some students who have difficulty passing the VCLA, but where the difficulty actually comes is with the praxis. I find the students seem to find those much more difficult. So I'm in favor of eliminating the VCLA just from like a price point perspective, because our elementary folks have to take so many exams. But if a student does have difficulty with the VCLA, we have found it's almost impossible for them to pass the reading praxis. And so it's just a little bit tricky. Not that you want to exit people out, but I think from a higher ed perspective, it's hard to let people go through a whole program when we know that they're going to have a lot of difficulty passing that reading praxis. So just a comment.
Thank you.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
Excellent job, my man. I support both proposals. This is more of a nerdy technical question. I guess, so your institution and all the EPPs, what happens to that 80%? Does that go away that you meet if the other things go away, or what happens with that?
Janelle?
No, it does not go away. It's within the regulations. I'm sorry.
This is not a question. Peggy Schimler, Randolph College. But on Friday, I had one of our advisory members for our college approach me and ask me why the middle school English language arts was not on our list. So I went through and did an analysis on that, and it meets all of the criteria that's covered. So we probably want to think about adding the middle school English language arts 5047 to our list.
Yeah, so I do want to speak to that because I know we had maybe communicated about it. So the middle school English language arts, or the secondary for that matter, is it a little different? Okay. Well, the middle school is not required to take the teaching reading praxis. So it really comes down to a question of there's many potential what am I trying to say, like mechanisms for support for this. But if we're relying solely on teaching reading practices, the redundancy, then the middle school wouldn't fit. But if we're looking at the other redundancies, such as what we're seeing under elementary, then maybe that does fit well. So again, that's really up to this board. I mean, or like Lindy said, the cost alone might be a reason to support, an elimination of this. So
Right, but just kind of thinking in the future, because there is work on adding a reading test for middle school and secondary level.
Okay.
Similar to the elementary reading test. So I think we want to keep that in mind if we're moving forward with these types of recommendations. And it might not be appropriate right now, but I do think there's going to be questions about why not the middle school, especially that test is probably coming fairly soon.
Thank you, Peggy. Other questions?
A comment and a question. First, great presentation. So
Thank you.
if and when this body passes it, I hope you'll do some version of this for the Board of Ed. And maybe somebody started to get at this already, but my only content question would be, are the students that are not passing the VCLA also going to not pass the 5205 praxis or other praxis assessments? And so, is that a worry that, I mean, you're still it still makes sense to eliminate redundancy. And I think back to my comment piece, I think that your best arguments are all tying this to the JLARC report and tying it to the implementation of VLA. With VLA, we have a new 5205 and it's therefore eliminated the need for this. I mean, that's sort of the simple version of it. And that doesn't completely take that doesn't completely cover everything, but that's the essence of it, and that works. But if 5205 is going to trip up the same people, you're still saving money, but you may not be getting more teachers.
I would love if Andy or Peggy could speak to this, because they deal with elementary more than I do personally. So maybe you all have insight. Yeah, she was, I mean, were you asking about the
new VLA orientation.
Oh, okay. The teaching reading one. Okay. Well,
so here's what we have found working with our students who struggle with the VCLA and don't struggle with the new reading test. What we're finding is the reason why the VCLA would need to be reconstructed if we kept it was because the VCLA, the essay portion is under I would say, kind of an antiquated system of teaching students how to write. It's a 5-paragraph essay, and they look for very specific structure and how that essay is written. So we have found that we have to go back and teach our students, even if they've taken a college composition course. We're like, forget about what you learned in college composition. This is now the 5-paragraph essay. And the reading test, it's a constructed response. So it's a very different way of presenting ideas and analyzing a problem to write that response, where the VCLA is your typical 5-paragraph essay. And so we teach them in very different ways to respond in writing on those two tests.
And I could respond to that there's 36 teacher prep programs, and each of these programs is a little bit different in how they require the series of tests. And so for us is that students would take the VCLA first as a first gate to get into the teacher ed program. And then to qualify for the student teaching component or that internship is when they would have to take the Praxis series. So our students don't ever get to take the Praxis if they can't pass the VCLA. So that means that they never have a go at the Praxis. But now that's just one teacher prep program out of 36. I don't know that we're the same through the Commonwealth.
Everyone's different.
That's very helpful. And essentially what I'm hearing from you is that the science of reading oriented newer practice test is a more modern, better quality test. So that's sort of the simple yes, the VCLA could be updated, but why do it when you've got this new one that essentially captures the essence of it? So then a comment, I hope you're sharing your PowerPoint as an individual citizen with folks in the legislature, or you might think about
Thank you.
how to get the content of it to them. That it may be longer than their job's attention span allows, but and then you might just want to think about timing, because if that bill, Delegate Sewell's bill, passes, then this is moot. So this board may want to pass the recommendation, and then you may want to this group may want to pass the recommendation and then come present it to the Board of Ed after the legislative session. We don't meet again until after the session's over anyway, and then you'll have some idea whether that bill has passed and made this moot.
Thank you. One other comment that I was thinking as we were speaking, back to a student's ability to not pass the VCLA, but maybe pass other things. One thing that has come up through multiple colleagues are international students who have content expertise and have done really well in their field work, working with students. But because they might be non-native speakers, they're getting held up on the VCLA. And I'm talking like a future high school physics teacher or math teacher or something who still has to take the VCLA. So that's something else that's a factor here. Yeah.
Okay, so I just I also want to say that this is so helpful, and the work that you guys have done on this is really amazing. Could you just go, I just want to clarify for my own understanding, slide 23.
Sure.
Going back to this point about the 80% for required for all the VCLA. So is that bill that would eliminate this if that bill is passed?
No. So this would still hold true for any other license, right? It's all licensing exams.
Okay, I guess I'm just wondering if we're getting the horse before the cart, because if we're, as EPPs, are still held to this requirement of an 80% pass rate, including the VCLA, then how is eliminating the VCLA going to be beneficial?
There we go. So I actually wrote several questions down for myself. And one of them was, I'm gonna put my glasses back on. Pass rate 80%. Will this actually change this at all? So my thought was, number one, it's not past 80% of the assessments, correct? It's 80% of the students pass all their assessments. So if it was past 80% of their assessments, this would not actually help you at all, because they would take the assessment, fail it, and then you would ask them to be waived for the next one. So they have a fail on their number towards 80%. But if it's 80% of your students pass all the assessments that they're required to take, which is actually what I think it actually says, then this would be beneficial. They could take the assessment or not take the assessment. If it's not a requirement, they would still have to pass their other assessments to get to their each EVP to their 80% of students passing. And when you talk about, how did you phrase it? It's the right way to phrase it. Counsel them out. So there would be less counseling out, but that could also lead to struggles with getting to 80% if by chance the ones that were not passing the VCLA at Wise also don't pass the other assessments. You're going to be counseling them out much later in the process, which that's negative as well. Yeah, it already exists, but this wouldn't solve that. This would just mean they're going to fail a different assessment. If we actually knew that they were only going to fail the VCLA and they were going to pass everything else, then I could see that there'd be a clear, we know this is going to solve that 80% problem, but we don't know that. I also put down, and this is just a question for those of you that know more about the 5205 one. If this all didn't go through, would it make sense to change to that for everybody? Or is it too intense for history majors and math majors to pass that one assessment, that one praxis assessment?
The new teaching reading.
Yeah.
So it is specific to elementary education,
Right.
first off, and it is rigorous. I mean, it is, so as Peggy mentioned, there may be in development, and I think Praxis presented either earlier this year or last year about a potential middle school or high school equivalent to this. That could be something. I think it would be, again, probably a big impact on the preparation that we do at the college level.
Right.
And, so.
And I'd one other thought, and this is actually probably more for Ann to answer than all of, but we all need to talk about it. So we've got two proposals, but there's really a possible third proposal. And you mentioned it just a little bit. And my question would be, would it be best to come to the board with all three proposals, even though one of them is unnecessary if they choose the other one? And the third proposal is waiving the VCLA for all test takers. Because you said, you'd mentioned that's actually the way the House bill doesn't say for these subgroups. So if the House bill goes through, we have a new problem. And that new problem is, we think in this room generally that all those groups that you said should get waived have an appropriate replacement assessment to fill the gap, which is why we call it redundancy. But if it's waived for every single person and the VCLA is gone completely, and we no longer even assess for literacy or communication, and it gets completely eliminated, then now we have a whole crop of teachers in those other areas other than the ones that we mentioned that will have no assessment to determine whether or not they are ready for that next step. Now, I agree 100% that even if the VCLA stays, it needs to be improved upon. There's just no sense in improving upon it if it dies completely. But if it only dies for these whatever 5 groups of teachers, then that's got to be the next step no matter what. Just, I guess the question would be here, I should come back to the real question instead of all the talk. Do you think, Ann, do you think it would be best to go to the board with a proposal for the educator prep deans to be able to waive the assessments, all the EPP deans to waive only the ones for these groups, and then the third one for the third proposal, the actually proposal 1.
Or propose a new one that would say in the VCLA completely.
Or the fourth one that we haven't even mentioned, which would align with the House bill.
There's options.
So I think I understood your question, Rob, that, I mean, the bill that's now live in the General Assembly is Delegate Sewell's bill that would eliminate the VCLA, right? For everyone.
Yes.
And so I think Rob's question is, does this group want to recommend that alternative to the Board of Ed along as a third option? Is that am I got the question right? So I think my answer to that is, I think there's a statutory requirement of the VCLA. And so unless the statute changes, which the legislature can do, I think, I hope I'm right, that the statute gives enough flexibility that your other options could pass, but one would want to check that. that, but I don't think if the General Assembly mandates the VCLA, which it does, then the board can't just eliminate the whole thing altogether, would be my guess. And that is, I mean, part of your colleagues at the Department of Ed, Government Relations Policy folks, they should be able to help vet some of this.
Correct. Now, and this is the one I was talking about where the middle school English would fit on this list, right? So Anne, could the board do something like this or no? Could you eliminate it just for some licensure areas?
Somebody's got to look at the statute.
The statute requires a literacy and communication assessment.
You have to say VCLA.
It doesn't say VCLA. It just says, and so the argument is, these ones already have a literacy and communication assessment, which would be the 5205. So VCLA is not necessary because there's already that being met.
5205 meets this.
That's the justification.
For those who are required to take. So then when you get out of 5205, then you've got.
Right, and you got it all.
Examine all that's where I said the middle school comes in, because if you look at the middle school test,
5047, that test includes what's assessed on the VCLA. I looked at the secondary praxis test does not meet all the VCLA requirements, but the middle school would meet these requirements. I haven't found any of the other tests that I looked at that met the VCLA. But you would, yes, if the test includes the components of the VCLA, then you're meeting the statutory requirement because it doesn't specifically say it has to be this assessment, is my understanding.
So are there any other questions about the proposals? And then again, we will take up the vote in a moment after I sit. Yeah, you know. I'm just the facilitator of the discussion. Oh, thank you.
Regarding the question of the proposed legislation that could make this moot if we were to move on these proposals, which I do support. I could be wrong on this, but my understanding is that these recommendations, as they go to the Board of Ed, would then, if they pass the Board of Ed, would go into effect immediately. Legislation, if passed, would then have an effective date of next year sometime, July 1 of 25. So if this were to pass through Board of Ed, it would have a more immediate impact. It may be made moot a year later, but sooner rather than later is my thought.
And does that generally hold true, or?
The current requirement is in regulation. It's not clear is the answer. Sometimes Board of Ed changing Board of Ed regs, it takes years. The guidelines are on other.
And I have another quick question for you. If this body votes to approve and send on these proposals, I mean, is it likely the board would just have a straight up or down, either yes or no on this, or would they likely take up the discussion and maybe want to alter and like, you know, is that unknown? I mean,
Take some time, but also that Rob's colleagues in the policy shop would be involved and maybe help shape the proposal, advises, and superintendent's recommendations would be relevant.
The part that I'd need to check is when the effective date would be for the change. And he's got my computer, so I can do it. Yes, yeah. So, yes. And I think that it's in the regs, to be honest.
So
We good?
We're good.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
so you're welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll bring you up to speed where we currently are in our agenda. Lunch is actually ready and it's sitting there waiting for us to devour. With that being said, it does say in our agenda to have a working lunch, but it's going to be a shift of change. So what I'm going to ask for you to do, if you as a body are okay with that, to get your lunch and bring it back so that the conversation that's on the floor can continue. And yes, Eric, we can make a vote, make modifications while we are still in agreement. Are we good with that? Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen,
Can
it's
I-
20.
Can I have one question,
Yes.
one statement?
Sure.
And this is just for clarification, or rather, my apologies. When we were talking, I'm reversing back to clinical faculty, Dr. Johnson. There were some other changes, and I know William and Mary was not issued this year. And one of the other changes was, and you were correct, I think in my thinking, I had to think about because I manage a lot of grants. They were issued, the fiscal agent had to be a school division that was working in collaboration with an EPP. So I misspoke, but yes, but it's still in play. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions, points of clarity? So it's 20 minutes to noon. We will resume at a recess at 12:05. So you can still be eating, but we'll get back to the mic so we can and make sure that we continue on our meeting as planned. Any questions? We're hereby in recess until 12:05. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming back out of recess as it is 12:05. So again, we're coming back out of recess as it is 12:05. With that being said, next up on our agenda are two items that are up for a vote. They are both about Proposal 1 and Proposal 2 that we were evaluating and discussing prior to going into lunch. So I'll turn things over to Mr. Rob Gilstrap to handle those two items. Mr. Gilstrap?
Thank you. We had a brief discussion between about how we wanted to go forward with this, but it's really the ABTEL board that makes this decision. I will give a couple recommendations, and then I'll need people to make motions to decide what we do next. We do have a lot of options on the table, as we've discussed. I would recommend one thing. If we do decide to vote on Proposal 1, that we vote on it as it is in the presentation before us. It's slightly different than what it is on the agenda, so someone will need to make a motion to amend the proposal on the agenda to reflect the proposal here. The main difference is it spells out each subgroup more clearly than the actual proposal language did. The very little difference between the two other than that. It's just a few more words on this than the proposal in your agenda. The second proposal is the one with the EPPs having the same authority that division superintendents or school boards would have in waiving the VCLA and possibly other assessments. My recommendation would be that we table that till next ABTEL meeting. Assuming that the first proposal goes forward, that would at least give us something to bring to the board. I do feel like that the second proposal could easily be eliminated if the House bill actions continue on. And I think we will know that by the time we meet next, our next ABTEL board meeting. So it would eliminate us going through the rigorous regulatory process to change a regulatory action. If the state board agrees with this proposal, I don't feel like it's a regulatory action change. It is an interpretation change that they would interpret that teachers in these areas would have met the requirements of the regulation through the other assessments that they've taken. Not that we would necessarily have to eliminate VCLA, but they would recognize that they have already met that requirement. And so it would still apply to everybody else other than this group. A couple of the other options we've discussed in here, that would be eliminating all the all assessments, eliminating all VCLA, and doing it more specifically and even adding middle school as an option and potentially other groups as more assessments come on board. Another thing we discussed was also to have the VCLA updated to include science of reading and to modernize it. That was another thing that was discussed. But those would be the recommendations I have. I will take a step back and let you all decide what you want to vote on and what you want. If you want anything, you might decide you want to table everything, because this would be made null and void also if the House bill goes through. So it could benefit the ABTEL board to table everything until we have clarity on House bill action. But I did tell you what my recommendation was, so I will.
Question of clarification again.
Yes, sir.
Will the State Board of Education be meeting after the General Assembly wraps up?
We have two board meetings after, one in March and one in April. I don't think there's one for May, and that is something we need to discuss also at the end once we're done with this about whether or not we will have our May meeting or not. But there's the March state board meeting and an April state board meeting. Now, I will tell you this, they are both pretty packed already. They've already asked me on a couple other things that don't have to do directly with ABTEL if I can remove or reduce some things so that the board meetings aren't overly burdensome. But I do think that there is sympathy, I guess. I don't know what the right word would be. an appetite, there you go, an appetite at the board and from our state superintendent to do things from this board that would help teachers become teachers quicker and easier and cheaper. So I do think that there's just the appetite for that. Any other questions before I let you all decide what you want to do?
So what is the pleasure of the board? Yes, sir.
Just a suggestion for wording, at the very beginning of proposal one. Currently, the recommendation to request the Board of Education to eliminate. I would like to change the wording to what I see as a little more affirmative stance and just make it recommendation : the Board of Education eliminate the requirement. And then the rest of it as is.
Can you repeat that?
My suggestion is, beginning of proposal one to, in my mind, make it a more affirmative stance and change it to read recommendation : the Board of Education eliminate the requirement, and from then on as written, instead of recommendation to request.
Mr. Moff, accept that as a friendly amendment. Why you have your mouth full?
Yeah.
He accepts it as a friendly amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none? Oh, question back. Okay.
Not objection. I was just, is for recommendations to the board, is there a certain format that we need to follow? Does this match the language they're expecting, or does it make a difference if we do a little editing to it?
You want to speak to
You
that?
all get to decide
Yeah.
the recommendations.
Mr. Octomoff, are you good?
I don't know that my opinion on this actually matters the most.
Well, as the maker of the original motion, that's what I gotta ask you.
Oh, that was me. I shared committee.
But you're the chair, so. I mean, there's process here, Eric. There's process and then.
All right. I just for clarity's sake, and you can correct me. So recommendation :
Board of Education eliminate.
the Board of Education eliminate the requirement. Thank you.
Yeah,
That
so
does help clarify.
to eliminate two requests.
Okay, I would support that.
Okay, and then Peggy's got a comment.
Again, I'm not sure about the formatting, but should it say ABTEL recommendation, or do they know that's from ABTEL?
It comes from ABTEL.
So, okay, so we don't need to put ABTEL in front of
No,
recommendation.
this,
It's gonna come that way.
Yeah.
When I write it
Oh,
out,
okay,
it's good. There's
Yeah.
a format that I have to follow. It's gonna say that this is coming from ABTEL.
okay, thank you.
okay, so hearing no opposition to the friendly amendment, the motion as stated, recommendation, the Board of Education to eliminate the requirement of the Virginia Communication Literacy Assessment VCLA for individuals seeking a professional license in the endorsement areas of early primary education pre-K 3, elementary education pre-K 6, special education general curriculum K-12, special education blindness and visual impairments pre-K 12, and special education deaf and hard of hearing pre-K 12. Again, what would the body like to do? Ms. Ramsey,
Move to accept proposal.
motion's been made as amended. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Chair.
Mr. Ron.
I want, I guess, clarification on Peggy's.
On Peggy's comment about the middle school, is there a necessity to include that in this proposal before we vote on? Is that the big debate or the big question pending or not?
Well, I guess that's up for discussion.
Hold up, Peggy.
Any thoughts from the school people here.
So I think that's up for discussion to add that. Any thoughts on that from participants, principals?
Is that, so that test is made and done already? I would add it. But the HR folks may know better that
I would be fine adding it. My one concern is that Eric's presentation is kind of saying it can be eliminated from these areas because they all take the 5205, the praxis for reading. Middle ed English does not. So if we're using the redundancy as the reason to eliminate it, then I don't know that we can ask for middle ed English, or that might muddy the water a little bit. I do think that's something we should pursue, whether we do it now or do it later. Yeah, that would be my only concern, is these all take the reading praxis, and the whole presentation was how there were so many redundancies between the VCLA and the reading praxis. But I'm totally open to us discussing and adding it to.
That makes sense. That makes sense if we're basing it on the TR test, the teaching reading for elementary education, and these all take it.
One thing I would just also like to say is if we are trying to make a change that is a regulatory change as opposed to a regulatory interpretation. So if it's a regulatory change, we could eliminate things, we can add things, but that would go through the regulatory process. Making a regulatory interpretation is a Board of Education's act, and they would have to decide as they read the regulation, is it met by just taking this other assessment, as opposed to all the other good points that we have for the reason to not use it, which I think will strengthen our position. But when we get to the end and it's like, are we making a regulatory change? Or are we making a regulatory interpretation?
All right, another question that has popped into my mind. With the pre-K 6 endorsement, I understand that. But it is still possible for an individual to get strictly a middle school 6-8 endorsement. Is that correct? Okay. What would a middle school 6-8 endorsement, what assessment would they take outside of the Praxis 2 in the subject area? All right, they would take the VCLA. All right. We're not suggesting the VCLA be eliminated for those folks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Question's been called. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, like sign? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Yay! Try not to enter into debate. We should.
Please look at it while they're deciding
Yeah,
if they want.
just, it's doing that again.
Were we muted?
Yeah, it muted itself.
So I have to restart.
You have to
Sorry.
restart.
Share the enthusiasm. Same time. Second time around. Thanks, Dr. Jones.
You're quite welcome. We apologize for the inconvenience.
No worries.
There we go.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Good afternoon. So we're just going to restart and pretend like that did not happen. For our viewers at home, I feel like I'm a talk show host right now. Our viewers at home and our audience members. So I'm here to talk about the Grow Your Own Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program. And so a little snapshot of where we are in our timeline. So as you know, this started back in 2021 when the U.S. Department of Labor deemed this an apprenticeable occupation of teacher. And we actually launched planning grants. So I'll go into a little bit more detail this time. We actually launched planning grants back in November of 2022. And right now we are currently working with the agency Workforce Development and Advancement, and they are helping us register our teacher apprentices. So we've already had one technical webinar. So we had 2 rounds of awards. So just to give you a little context, so we had one technical webinar with people who were already awarded back in 2023. And we're going to have another one later this month for people who just got it. And the people who attended the first time are more than welcome, because I don't know about you, but I need to hear things a couple of times before it really sinks in. So that's kind of where we are. And I did officially, when I looked at my email, I did have 3 applications, registration paperwork. So technically we have 3 teacher apprentices currently, which is really exciting. And I'll talk about what we are expecting. So for our awards, we currently have 28 school divisions, or 22% of the divisions in the Commonwealth are currently starting and piloting a registered teacher apprenticeship program, which we're really excited about. Last year, we awarded $1.7 million in awards to implement and launch these, and we are getting ready to award another 1.5. So we'll have a total of $3 million investment in this, and we are expecting a high return on our investment. So just looking at the map, because I think it's a better visual than just a list of where we are. So you'll see that we are currently in 7 superintendents regions. We're missing region 8. So we are currently working with them to figure out how we can support them in launching this and implementing it. And what I've heard, and something I've shared with you all here before, we do not anticipate that it's an issue of interest. We think it's a timing issue. So if you remember, one of the things that a lesson learned, we launched our request for proposals in November, and they were due in December, which is a really hard, fast turnaround for our school division partners. So we are actually really excited to work with them. And they actually, if you missed me earlier, that's where I was. I was talking to our Region 8. So our participating educator preparation program, so if you remember, the EPPs are doing the related technical instruction, which is a requirement of an apprenticeship program. So we currently have 9 EPPs who are partnering with our 28 school divisions to actually provide that RTI. And the majority of them are starting right now. They're starting in spring. We do have a couple people who are starting in the summer, which is fine too. So they'll get some, but the biggest thing here is our EPPs are amazing. They're offering a discount on tuition and waiving fees right and left. So they're offering between 25 and 72%. And that is not a typo. It is 72%. When I read that proposal, I kept joking, thinking I was having a dyslexic moment. And I was like, surely that cannot be. And I called them, I think 3 times. And I was like, are you sure? Are you sure it's not supposed to be 27? And they were like, no, it's 72. And I was like, okay. So then I called the EPP and I was like, this school division signed you up for 72%. Isn't that funny? And they were like, yeah, no, that's true. And I was like, oh, it's not funny. It's amazing. So we're really excited. Our 6 recently awarded grants. So we had a lot of consortiums. So we're calling, if it's a consortium, it's just one award, right? That's how we got to 28. My math is mathing, I promise. It's not because I'm after the Super Bowl. So our 6 recently awarded grants will have a cost per apprentice per semester between $4,000 and $5,000, which is incredible for coursework and providing some of that mentoring. So like I shared, we are currently in the process of registering apprentices with the Virginia Workforce Development and Advancement team. And so I have 3 on my desk right now, which I'm really pumped for, but we are actually expecting to register 165 apprentices between now and the end of the school year, which is the hardest launch that has ever happened in the Virginia Workforce Development and Advancement experience. They also keep thinking that I'm crazy, and they're like, there's no way. And I'm like, oh, there's a way, and we're doing it. So they were not quite prepared for how hard we were going to go. And I'm so excited that we exceeded everyone's expectations. So just for quick snapshot of what happens when you're registering an apprentice. So school divisions actually have to submit an employer partner agreement. So basically saying, I agree to employ this person for the time of the apprenticeship. And that they will have an opportunity to be employed. If not with me, I'll help them get employed in another school division. So the school divisions have to sign that. And then the apprentice agreement form is where the apprentice actually signs with the school division saying, I agree to these terms. I know what's expected of me. I know I have to do the RTI. I know that I'll get a progressive wage increase. I know I'm being evaluated. So it's just setting kind of level setting expectations for everyone. So those 2 forms come to me via snail mail, which is not ideal. But they have to have original signatures on everything. And then it's going to be signed by the Department of Labor, and then it'll come back to us, and those actually have to be kept on file with the school division, so the employer. So like I said, we're expecting 165 teacher apprentices, which is great. So looking a little bit ahead, so just thinking about on the right-hand side of where we're going after this, I've been diligently reaching out to school divisions and trying to connect with them either via Teams, online, or I go to every single one that will possibly have me in person. So I was sharing with Dr. Cox earlier, I'm headed to Smith County on Monday, and I'm really pumped as long as it's warm and it doesn't snow. I will be excited. If it snows and if it's cold, I will not be excited, but I will still go. Dr. Cox will have to come and get me, though. He didn't agree to that. But I'm saying it aloud on recorded for everyone so that he has to. So I'm meeting with lots of HR representatives and talking about the foundational pieces that we can put in place for our teacher apprenticeship program that people need to start thinking about as we implement this. There are lots of steps in between, and so we're trying to get a little bit ahead on this. So that's kind of where we're going now. We are going to be having network meetings. So for the individuals who received the grant and who are launching, we're going to be having bi-monthly meetings with them to make sure everyone is on the same page about reporting and we're learning from each other, because this is a huge lesson learned curve, right? So I think it's really important to bring everyone together who's involved. And then maybe what's next, we're thinking about expanding what I'm calling our network, and it's probably not the right language for that right now. But we are in the early stages of possibly considering registering a principal apprenticeship program. So we're really excited about that kind of little expectation. I can't speak too much on it because there are a lot of steps when you register an occupation, but that's kind of in the direction we're going. So we're fully expecting to expand on both directions. So starting with teacher, going to principal, and then of course, one thing we've all talked about is how do we develop the pipeline before they become a registered teacher apprentice, because eventually we're going to run out of people with associates. So we have to figure out how to get people from high school to associates to pump them into this registered teacher apprenticeship. So Rob and I are always thinking way ahead at all times, and sometimes he has to remind me to take a breath and pause and do one thing at a time. But we're really excited about all of that. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now, or you're more than welcome to reach out to me. Oh, yes. John L. has the microphone.
Okay, everyone else needs to come up with questions because I feel like I'm having too many questions and that's not great. So how much money does each school division get from the state in terms of the grant per apprentice in that division?
So it depends on what they wrote into their proposal. So it's not a straightforward amount. It wasn't per apprentice kind of position. So they could build in tuition. They could build in some supports for mentoring. Some of them built in, actually, majority of them built in some assessment. So it's not a direct per apprentice, but I will say the majority of them are somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 total, or actually maybe a little bit more if they're doing more semesters. So I'd say probably 8,000, 7,000 to I think 13 would probably be the average. And you'll see the 7,000, 8,000 is if they're only doing 2 semesters. So spring and fall, or excuse me, summer and fall. But if they're doing a spring, summer, fall, then it naturally would be a little bit more.
And the apprenticeship program is 2 years long?
Yes.
And so is the grant money guaranteed to continue for the full 2 years? Like they've already gotten the first year. Do they get the exact same amount the next year or?
So that's a tricky question. So we do not currently have an appropriation to continue this. We're currently using ESSER money. So we are hoping to get an appropriation or at least some set aside funds from the state. We are also planning to apply for U.S. Department of Labor funding. So they have some expansion grants that we can apply for, but we will certainly be prioritizing the people who are currently have it for next round of funding.
Can I add one thing to that?
Sure.
We also have like somewhere around $10 million that we're asking for an extension from the federal government on, and we should find that out fairly soon. It could be an 18-month extension beyond the end. So that would pay for the whole next year if we get that. But we're just waiting for the federal government to give us the thumbs up on that.
Awesome.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
So next up we have.
He's here. I don't know if he wants to talk. Let's introduce himself.
Okay.
When we get to this part, I have. One share. It's not on here, but I have topics of discussion. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me take this thing while you're talking.
Cool. So ladies and gentlemen, we don't have Chev with us today. However, we do have Dr. Dan Lewis from the Virginia Community College System, Director of Academic Programs. Come on up, Dr. Dan. Good to see you. Let's welcome Dan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm Dan Lewis. I'm Director of Academic Programs and Policy for the Virginia Community College System. I actually do not have a report today. There was a detailed report that was provided at the last meeting. So some of our community colleges offer the Career Switcher program, and we provide ongoing updates to your group. So that's all I have.
Thank
So
you.
nice to meet all of you.
Thank you. Thanks, Doug. Your announcements.
So at this time, do we have any announcements that we would like to share? Blaze told them about taking their booth thing out on Wednesday. What's happening here? Come on. They look like they ready to go home. I know. So at this point in time, I will be turning things over to Dr. Yilstrap. I will make sure that we look at the discussion topics because those are items that we need to discuss, and then also May date as well.
So we
Okay.
need to, and we'll need to adjourn here in a second. But let's, we talk before we adjourn first.
There you go.
Okay. It has been mentioned that maybe you all might appreciate not having to stick around real late today. So I did want to bring before you all the topic discussions that I thought would be applicable and things that have been brought to me, maybe for future ABTEL board meetings. I really kind of look to you all in some ways to give me guidance on what you'd like to do next. There are some things we have to do. But then there's a lot of time that we don't have to do certain things and we get to choose to do stuff. So some of the topics that I haven't, it's too small. I should have made it larger. It's been brought to my attention that there is a interest in having the career switcher program be able to start a little bit earlier. We do allow people with provisional license to start quicker than we do career switcher applicants. And in many cases, the career switcher applicants are actually even more qualified than a provisionally licensed person. So that has been brought to my office as a potential movement from the ABTEL board to adjust the career switcher timeframe to include where they could do part of phase 1 or level 1 is what they refer to it. It's actually also part of one of the House bills to allow them to only have to complete 60% of level 1 before they can go and actually be in a classroom with a provisional license. They'd still have the expectation to complete the rest of the program, but they could actually start teaching earlier. So that'd be a point of discussion maybe going forward. It's also been brought to my attention about our need for an early childhood special education endorsement. Right now, we have, for you to be a special ed teacher for early childhood, you have to basically be dually enrolled in about 3 different areas. And for us to create, I guess would be the right word, a pathway for people that have a passion to work with young children, birth to 3rd grade, that have special needs, this would definitely be something that has been brought to my attention from the special ed department at VDOE. And they had a presentation they made towards me, but before I just dump something like that on you, I need to know that that is something you have interest in. Early renewal period test group. So this has to do with licensure. So right now we don't allow anyone to renew their license until January. We don't open it. It's usually like the 2nd or 3rd week of January. We're finding that at least this year and in maybe the last couple of years, there have been issues with the opening of the window for the renewal period. And if we were to use a few divisions that wanted to do an early start to that as a test case, maybe in December, that would strengthen our big upload of renewals in January and February, because we would have already worked through any technical problems that may have adjusted within the system that we were unaware of until we opened it up. So that was another topic of discussion, because that would take probably a recommendation for this board and then the Board of Education to actually say, yes, you can start renewal period for testing and test groups in December. So that's the 3rd topic. And then we've also had some interest from private schools to also incorporate iTeach for their licensure for their teachers. Right now, iTeach with VDOE is only approved to do it with public school teachers. But as you may know, teachers in private schools aren't just private school teachers. In many cases, they have a public school license, or they want to have that option to, if they ever leave the private environment, to be able to go and teach into the public school. One of the things I first thought was, is this a way that's actually going to hurt us at the public school realm if we do this? And I actually think it doesn't. That does the opposite, because they don't have to have a state license to teach in a private school. So if they had one, it just opens up their door to where if they choose to leave, they're easier to transition to a public school environment. So those are 4 areas that I thought would be possible future discussions. I thought it would be good if we did have our committee meetings for them to discuss and see maybe a direction they'd like to give me in preparing that for future board meetings. But in lieu of maybe the committee meetings, or in an abbreviated version of the committee meetings, I think that you could all send me information if you had a passion about it, or you had questions about, well, what could that mean? Or is this just an idea you have, Mr. Gilstrap, or is this coming from iTeach? Is this coming from, because obviously this would be a boom for iTeach as well, because then they could charge more people to have their product. So it'd open up the door for that. But they weren't the ones that brought that to my attention. It was actually a private school environment that had teachers that wanted to get certified. Any questions about any of that before we go to an adjournment? I will also share, let me click forward because I think it's fun. Our future ABTEL dates. Here are the dates in case you're not sure, you didn't put it on your calendar. We have one March 4th, which seems very soon to me. That's like less than a month from now, and way less than a month. And then we have one on April Fool's Day, and it is not a joke. We did pick April Fools, so please don't not show up thinking I'm just teasing you. We were concerned that today wouldn't happen because of weather. That was part of the reason why we added a May date. But I will tell you, there's a problem with the May date. We don't have this facility for the May date. We thought we were going to be able to get it, but they have it already booked for something else. I don't know. Maybe it's a setup for a prom or something like, I don't know what they're going to do with it, but they did not allow us to have the May date at this facility, which means a couple options would be on the table. One, if we have our meeting today, and if we have ours in April and March, we will have met our 5 requirements for this ABTEL board, and we can call it a year and move forward and be done. Or we can possibly add May in as a complete virtual one. And that could be maybe a test case for us to see how we would do with a May virtual ABTEL board meeting now that we have the option to do that. Let it permeate in the air for any questions. Yes.
Bob did, and you and Janelle don't know this better than me. I'm sorry.
There we go. So I remember last year, the General Assembly, they had their regular 60-day session, and then they came back in May, and then they came back right before they had to take care of business in June. So the proposals that are on the table, those are things that we've talked about the past several hours. The May meeting might be worth having if the General Assembly has not taken care of business by the end of the month, this month.
I think those were all statements. So I'm not sure the question. The question would be, should we have it because of that possibility? I would say that having it at least available right now and not like immediately killing it today might be a good option to where we can maybe come back to it in March and say, okay, this is where we think we're at for going forward. But I didn't want you all to think that May was something we had to have. And I also didn't want you to think it was going to be here, because I know it won't be here. It doesn't mean that I can't find us another location and set that up. It just means it won't be here and it'll be out of our norm, which that's why I thought if it's going to be out of our norm, it might be an opportunity to test out the opportunity to do things virtual. But even whether we have it virtual or not virtual, we can still address that in May if we have a meeting. So that would be the recommendation from you, would be not to eliminate it right now, at least. Any other thoughts or questions?
One follow-up question to the May date. Does it have to be on the 6th? Could we just say bump it a week?
So that's true. It was voted on from you all, so I wouldn't be able to do that without you all making that adjustment. There's no guarantee that if I bump it from May 6th to whatever, May 13th or whatever, that it's going to be available there as well. But I could, if that's what you all direct me to see if I can find a different May date that this facility is available, and we could adjust then and maybe even have that discussion in March. So that is an option, but I'm not sure. I'd have to communicate that with the hotel,
Ron, you're gonna get tired of me, but it's all good, baby. We love each other. April the 1st, I'm not trying to offend anybody. For some of us, for some people, that's Easter Monday, and their school division might be out. Is there any way to think about another day for that, or we're locked in, Madam Chair? Got it.
We're locked in with the facility, so we would pay for this facility regardless. I mean, doesn't mean everyone has to be here. We need a quorum. I'd love for everyone to be here, but we just need enough for a quorum, really. No other questions? Okay. You can make your decision if you want to adjourn, and then many members can stick around if they want.
May 6th and the voting option.
You definitely have the option to do that. I'm giving you the.
I think we should do that. Okay, so just hearing what has been brought up, May 6th seems to be the elephant in the room. So the question becomes, do we want to keep a May meeting? And then if so, to remain on May 6th or then try to change to another date. So I'm posing to the body, do you want to keep May the 6th as a date for a meeting? You can just give me thumbs up. I can do that way. It's alternate. It's not a requirement. It's just to keep it there. So if you want to just keep it on there to say that we can, all I need to see is a thumbs up or not. Okay. Now, anybody want to dabble into potential dates of May or just leave it on May the 6th? Okay, hearing none, May the 6th sounds like it's the primary date. With that being said, is there any further items that need to be brought before this board? Dr. Cox? Say the last part again.
Somebody said we need to change that. We needed to change the meeting minutes, or wait a minute, the agenda to reflect the edits in the proposal. Are we okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You did say when they made the recommendation, they said as amended, but.
Yeah.
I was intending on going back and changing or adding and say it was amended to,
Mhm.
and it'd be when I posted it is the minute.
Any other questions?
Yes, so one last note, we had obviously tabled the second agenda item about waivers. Oh, sorry, I can't use my voice here. Since we've tabled that, I think there are potential questions, concerns about, including maybe additional information we might need prior to our next meeting in order to take that back up. So I would encourage questions, concerns, comments, I guess, again, forwarded to me or to Peggy, and then we can move forward with it, with pulling that agenda item back up and deciding what to do with it. So.
Anything further for the good of the order? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I don't think it's arguable or debatable, but we'll go ahead and vote upon that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Continue to be safe. Happy Valentine's Day and see you when the shamrock rolls around. We're adjourned.
I put that up there so they can.
Add the behavioral health piece.
I would.
Yeah. Seemed to have sparked a lot of. I do have a question.